You guys, it's getting good. I've already been watching. I've been watching without you guys. Actually, right now, right this very second is when it's like getting really good. It's getting really good. Hey, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, guys. Mm, oof. Apparently, her lawyer calls the witness a creep. It has been good, right? Spins. Hey, everybody. Hey, Ween baby. Good to have you back today. Yay, you've been watching. I'll come back after lunch and watch with y'all. Okay, deal. Hey, Henny. How are you? Hi, Lauren. Mom and Dada duo. Hey, QB. Yep, put your DNA all over that thumbs up button. We would appreciate it. We would appreciate it lots and lots and lots. Do all the other YouTubey things. I have to like go like this so I can see. Do all the other YouTubey things. Do all the other YouTubey things. And hashtag replay if you're watching on the replay. Right? Hey, everybody. It's getting spicy. It's getting spicy. Thank you, QB. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I really do appreciate that. Trigger warning DV and IPV. If you or someone you know need help, please call the National DV hotline at 1-800-799-7233. Your voice deserves to be heard. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Hey, Patricia. Hi, girly. Hi, Miss Sherry. Hey, Morgana Banana. How are you, ma'am? Ma'am. Miss Spins. Hi. Hi, guys. It's fire. It's fire. Hey, Miss King. Hey, dearie. Ryle recap. Ryle recap. Ashley Benefield is charged with second-degree murder for the death of her husband, Douglas Benefield. She is 32. He was 58. He was shot to death in Ashley's bedroom in September of 2020 while while helping her move back in together with him. Ashley has not denied pulling the trigger, but has argued that she did so in self-defense. Prosecution, of course, disagrees. Yeah, it's a rile recap. They're all riled up over there. Sweet Spins. Spins, it's been forever. Okay. Why you gotta make fun of my one arm texting? 20 seconds is so long, QB. Oh my God. All right. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this on up here and we are going to get started straight out of the gate. Just wanted to welcome everybody in. Please make sure to hit the thumbs up. I would love you and appreciate you. Long time for it. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get over here. And we're going to get started. I kind of want to watch her coming in. One thing I noticed is that she has not had her hair colored in a while. She's got some gray hairs popping out. You guys, sorry if my connection is unstable, if it keeps going in and out. I am waiting on an, what do you call that? A converter to like plug directly into the Ethernet. I had one for my MacBook, but yeah. All right. Hey, Lee. Lee comes in and sets up the breakfast buffet. Bacon, eggs, toast, waffles, French toast, sausage, juice, milk, coffee. Yes. That dude back there has him a whole sweat rag. Poor guy. Um, Buckle up, y'all. My phone's at 50% already. Says spins. Patricia's the one that said buckle up. I know, right? It gets good. And there's my little Matthew Broderick in the pod. Audio issue much? Um, yeah, that's the paralegal, right? He's sweating profusely. Right, Patricia. That's where I was going with it. She's taken a page out of Jodi Arias's book by making her look as mousy as possible, right? It did sound like an electric razor. Lauren Myers. Murs. Um, but yeah, she has no makeup on. She has on just a plain, simple blue shirt. And if you noticed, if you've already been watching, if you noticed, she is hardcore not looking at anybody. She's like looking down and yeah. So I'm gonna skip on past. But what I was gonna say is, if you didn't notice our young Matthew Broderick back there, I saw him again. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's a family member of hers or what, but there he is. See right there behind her. That's a very young Matthew Broderick. Esque. Esque ish. Look at her gray hair. Telling you that's on purpose. I mean, I'm not shaming. Gray hair is beautiful. But for her to be as young as she is, um, and she's been free, right? She's not been uh incarcerated, right? So she could have got had her hairs did. He is kind of handsome, right? Mm, all right. What is it? Patricia says, I hope that paralegal is getting paid fairly for being the subject matter expert of this case. If that's the case, allegedly. Spin says no, he doesn't look like Matthew Broderick, but I'm telling he does to me. He don't right there, but every once in a while, when you get like a sideways glance at him, I see it. I see Matthew Broderick. She's out on bail. Okay, I thought so. So she could get her hair done. Dude, he's got more than one sweat rag. Wow. Man. Spin said, I've been gray since I was 17. You know what? I know a lot of people that are like that. I know a lot of people that are gray very, very, very early. Um, like I've got cousins who did that, have been gray headed since they were young. Um, but in all of her like pictures, she's always very done up, very, you can tell. Um, and I really feel like I really feel like because they do that. They do that. Defendants are always told by their counsel to, come in looking very meek and mild and all that jazz. Lisa's more like a young Tom Hanks. I could see that too, kind of, but more Matthew Broderick to me. He does need a neck fan. You're right. he needs a neck fan. He's like, shoo, Lord. Let me out of this suit and tie. Buddy, you ain't even got started yet. All right. Fast and fast. And there we go.
We'll start with the call to trial. CF 301.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now.
All right, good morning, everybody. While you're getting settled in, we're back on the record in state of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. It's Tuesday morning. We're getting ready to begin the first day of trial.
He's right there behind him. It's not like he's in another room.
And then we'll start with the calling of witnesses. They're bringing the jury up right now. State, is there anything we need to cover before we bring them in?
Yeah. Yes. It's not really. Sorry. I have the jury instructions for
Right,
redactions and transcripts. I just have to find them, Judge, but they're.
I had both of those.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I prepared them in case you needed one. Thank you.
Anything before we bring the jury in?
Not before opening statements. I do want to alert the court that we want the opportunity to address Your Honor on some of the witnesses that the state intends to call this morning before they actually testify for some motions.
All right. So it would probably be better to do that now, I would think. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send the jury out. We'll have argument, then we'll call the witness. Then I send them out. Each time you're going to make argument.
Sure. Whatever the court's preference is. So what we have worked out between the parties, Your Honor, is that we're going to provide the other side with a list of witnesses that we respectively intend to call for the next day of trial. So pursuant to that informal agreement, we received yesterday a list by the state of several witnesses that they intend to call today. I don't know that it's in any particular order, but one of them is Tommy Benefield, another is Eva Benefield, and Alicia
Benefield. Fired.
PRB, I got to go check on the kiddo. She's hollering
and
at me.
several others. And we have some concerns that we want to raise with the court before the witnesses actually testify, to everything ranging from relevance. For example, Your Honor, Eva Benefield, with all due respect to her having lost her father, we do not see anything that she has to say that is relevant to this inquiry. We took her deposition and we concluded that was clearly the case. As to a witness such as Tommy Benefield, his stand your ground testimony was rife with hearsay and information that he did not have personal knowledge of. And of course, we want to preclude that here in the trial. As to some of the witnesses, such as Alicia Byers and Barbara Russell, Your Honor, we believe that the state's intent on calling these witnesses is to go down the child abuse road. We are extremely concerned with that for several reasons, not the least of which is relevance. This is, after all, a homicide trial. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole of chasing whether or not this child was actually abused. We don't think it has any relevance. It's completely collateral to the charges that Ms. Benefield is on trial for. And most importantly, perhaps on the 403's analysis, we firmly believe and we fear. We don't know that it will inure to our detriment any more than it might inure to the state's detriment, but raising the issue of child abuse is going to confuse this jury. It's going to distract their attention from the ultimate issue for which we're here, which is whether or not this shooting was justified. We acknowledge that Ms. Benefield was responsible for the shooting. All that's left is it was either self-defense or it wasn't. And if we go down that rabbit hole, we fear that it's going to create issues in the minds of the jurors that they're going to wonder. The same reason that Your Honor concluded Kimberly Griffith really had nothing relevant to add. The court, we believe, has staked out, if you will, the admissible parameters, that being specifically what law enforcement did as it relates to this. And they, indeed, we tend to call Deputy Moreland, for example, who was the deputy that accompanied the CPT team in some of these interviews. But we feel that if it gets into the substance of those statements, it's going to create problems for all of us.
The substance of what statements?
Of whether or not there was child abuse, allegations of child abuse, that was never resolved. And I might point out to the court, there were allegations of abuse because of various injuries that the child was returned with, and because of some of the behavior that the child exhibited. But those allegations were not confined to any one place. There were two professionals, a pediatrician as well as a psychologist, that were responsible for some of those allegations. We just don't see what possible relevance that could have. And when you balance the probative value of that against the danger of unfair prejudice, again, I'm not sure which side the unfair prejudice is going to be directed at, because I think child abuse is going to raise the eyebrows of every one of those jurors, especially if we have 5 women on the immediate panel. And they may very well, it's kind of like the atomic bomb, they may very well feel that the state should have done more and hold it against them. I don't know that they will hold it against us. If they consider the validity of the allegations. And if they consider the validity of the allegations, Judge White, there we are. We're now litigating whether or not there was any truth and whether or not the child was actually abused. And I think it's going to be a mistake, respectively.
Thank you. Give me a response.
Judge, I do not intend to ask Barbara Russell or Alicia Byers about child abuse or anything like that. That is not why they're being talked to. So if that was the concern, then there should not be a concern. As for Eva Benefield, she is going to testify just about background, the tenor of this relationship when they first met and that type of thing, which I think is relevant. Also, Tommy Benefield, I recognize he testified to a lot in the stand your ground that may not be relevant at this point. So I have tailored my questions down to just what he saw in her.
Final thoughts?
He does like to talk.
Yeah, the only thing I would say in response is, as to Eva Benefield, Your
You
Honor,
can tell he
I
likes to
think
talk to himself.
she's being called for the sympathy factor, having lost her father. There's nothing about the background and about her being in the house periodically that sheds any relevance on this. We took her deposition. She has no knowledge of any of the specific events. The only thing at best that she can say, and I think this is why the state's calling her, is it's going to be an effort to introduce an appropriate character evidence of Ms. Benefield. Eva Benefield relates in a couple of incidents in her deposition where Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers, spoke with Eva and tried to tell her how dangerous her father was. And of course, being a young girl, or for that matter, just out of a sense of loyalty to her father, which is understandable, she was put off by that. And whether or not that is offered in an effort to portray Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers, as mean or spiteful, would really be inappropriate character evidence. And we have not opened that door. And as the court well knows, if that doesn't come in, it's inadmissible till such time as we do. So I don't see respectfully any relevance to that balanced against the sympathy factor. I don't think she's an appropriate witness.
All right, thank you both very much. Of the four names you mentioned, of course, Tommy Benefield testified at the Stand Your Ground hearing. And while I'm sure you both remember that I had a footnote where I mentioned that during the Stand Your Ground hearing, I allowed quite a bit in because as the court, I think I am capable of knowing what's admissible and what's relevant in making a legal determination. So I allowed a lot more in than I would allow in during this trial. And I hinted at that, and I think I actually stated it pretty expressly in one of my footnotes, that just because it came in at the Stand Your Ground hearing does not mean it's coming in at the trial, subject to appropriate objection. The only person that, of the four you mentioned, that testified at the Stand Your Ground hearing is Mr. Benefield, Tommy Benefield. And State, I just heard you acknowledge that you understand that a lot of his testimony, and I'm not going to put a percentage on it, was allowed, that may not be admissible at trial. Eva Benefield did not testify. I don't know the substance of her testimony, what it's going to be. I've heard about a deposition that was taken, so I know you've had the opportunity to at least depose her and speak with her. Alicia Byers, so I had not even heard that name except reading it off of the witness list yesterday. So Alicia Byers is the defendant's mother.
Yes, sir.
And you're calling her?
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, I know Dr. Russell, we had the hearing with her. All I could say at this point is with kind of generic non-specifics. I don't feel like there's really any blanket ruling I can put on any of these particular witnesses. What I heard from the defense was hearsay as to Tommy Benefield. That may very well be the case to some of his testimony, lack of personal knowledge, whatever it might be. Eva Benefield is just a general relevance, and I don't know. I haven't even seen her deposition. I haven't had her at a pretrial hearing, so I don't know what her testimony is going to be. So at that point, I can just say object as you see fit. And Ms. Byers and Ms. Russell, I heard some of Ms. Russell's testimony at a prior hearing, but we didn't get into anything about child abuse or allegations of child abuse. And I have no idea what Ms. Byers is going to say. So all I can say is I'm not aware of a ruling I can make at this point other than just to follow the rules of evidence. Before I bring the jury in, I did want to welcome everybody that's in the audience. Please check now to make sure that your cell phones are silent or off. There is no recording, audio or video in the courtroom. You can certainly speak with our media relations folks about how to get into the pool feed, or if you want to take pictures, we certainly have a media room where that can be done. There's not to be any cell phone use in the courtroom. I generally don't get too upset if people are they need to send or receive a text related to work or something like that. That's just fine, just as long as it's not distracting. So that allowance can very well change as the trial goes on. I'll also say with a group this size, it's not uncommon for people to need comfort breaks at various times throughout the case. I would ask if we could keep the in and out to a minimum. It can be distracting to the jury. And as I mentioned to the jury yesterday, I want them 100% focused on the testimony and evidence of this case. So if you can try and take your breaks, step out and come back in whenever we have a break between witnesses, maybe during bench conferences and so forth. I do appreciate it.
Judge, can I raise one other issue? I'm sorry, just as a prophylactic measure, reminding the court and the state of the agreement we have that there should be no reference to the stand your ground hearing. It should instead be reference to just another hearing, and instruct our witnesses accordingly.
I think we should be clear on that.
Yes, and I instructed my witnesses on that.
Thank you.
All right, nobody's invoked the rule. Are we invoking the rule?
Yes. Actually, that raises one last issue, if I can. I think this has to be an ex parte conversation. Very brief ex parte conversation with the court.
Okay.
Okay, fast forwarding it. Fast forwarding it. I'm going to fast forward.
Try witnesses. You should not point, as you cannot hear the text or any. All right, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If there are any witnesses who are present in the courtroom,
Yeah, she was staring,
you must
wasn't
leave
she,
at this point, as you
Margaret?
cannot hear the testimony of other witnesses. You should not discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with any other witnesses until such time as the court has released you from your subpoena or the trial is over and the jury has been discharged. You may talk to the attorneys, but not if other witnesses are present, and the attorneys cannot tell you what other witnesses have said in court. If you violate the rule of
Good
sequestration,
morning, Gail.
you could face contempt proceedings, and if found in contempt of court, you could be ordered to pay a fine, serve time in jail, or both. Each attorney is responsible for advising their witnesses that the rule has been invoked and what this means. If you have a witness that prefers or needs to be instructed on the rule from the court, please advise me well in advance of their appearing so the instruction can occur outside the presence of the jury. I will add a caveat to my normal rule of sequestration admonition that I have been made aware that the case, the trial is online. I don't know if it's live as we're going or if it's just available online somewhere after the fact. But the rule of sequestration would also prevent witnesses from watching the trial live or watching a recording of the trial. If they're under subpoena, the rule applies to them. Please advise them of such.
And Judge, just to add on to that, we have Tommy Benefield and Eva Benefield. They will be the first two witnesses, and pursuant to Marcy's law, I would ask that they be allowed to sit in for the rest of the trial. They may be called as rebuttal witnesses. There's a slim chance that that would only be if the defendant testifies. So if it pleases the court, if that happens and the defendant testifies, then we can ask them to step out for that testimony. But pursuant to Marcy's law, I believe they have a right to be here after they testify.
Do you want to be heard on that?
It's pretty timely, Your Honor. Equal treatment. That's all I ask.
Pursuant to Florida Statute 90.6162A, D, as in Delta, a witness may not be excluded if the witness is, in a criminal case, the victim of the crime, the victim's next of kin, the parent or guardian of a minor child victim, or a lawful representative of such person, unless, upon motion, the court determines such presence to be prejudicial. Do you want to be heard on that, the last prong?
I think given the fact that they're both going to be called as witnesses, yes, I think it would be prejudicial.
State.
And Judge, that's why we're calling them first, so they can testify and get their main testimony out of the way before any of the other witnesses testify. And like I said, the only reason they would be called back is as rebuttal to if the defendant testifies. So I think we can solve the problem if the defendant chooses to testify, if we just remove them from the courtroom for that testimony.
All right, the rule is very specific. In a criminal case, the victim of the crime, the victim's next of kin, the parent or guardian of a minor child victim, or a lawful representative of such person. It's the disjunctive, not the conjunctive. So pick one. You can have the victim's next of kin or a lawful representative of such person. Pursuant to Marcy's Law and pursuant to Rule 90.616 to D, I don't find that one of their presences would be overly prejudicial. As we usually would, keep them in the back, and it shouldn't be a problem.
What is the statute the court cited?
90.616 to A. And of course, if somebody's released from their subpoena, all right, that was a lot for not having any motions. You ready to go? State?
Yes.
Yes. Defense. Okay, let's bring the jury. You all can have a seat. We stand for you. All right, you all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I see some of you brought your jackets and some layers to be comfortable in. So now you get to sit in the nice, comfortable seats as you listen to the testimony. As you notice, those seats do turn and swivel as you need to. I do have some initial instructions before we begin. I do want to ask, though, and again, you're going to get tired of hearing this from me because every time we separate and every time we come apart, I'm going to get some confirmation from you. So did anybody begin deliberations or talking about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody talk about the case with anybody outside of this group? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Thank you very much for honoring those very important traditions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield. This is a criminal case. Ms. Benefield is charged with murder in the second degree with a firearm. The definition of this crime will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Ms. Benefield, in accordance with the law that I will give you at the end of the case. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as evidence. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you the initial instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have an opportunity, if they wish, to make closing arguments to you. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude by giving you the final jury instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to the jury room to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. Do not research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel, one of the deputies, or myself of that violation. During the trial, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once, and you are to immediately report that matter to the court deputies who will advise me. You cannot use any cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices in this courtroom. If you have an electronic device with you, please turn it off or silence it while we are in court. You may use these devices throughout the trial and during recesses, but even if then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people and places involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or your fellow jurors. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court will receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. I previously gave you my business card, which has my judicial assistant's direct line. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, my judicial assistant will notify the court.
Yeah, don't forget your bingo cards.
And then we'll handle the situation as
I forgot
necessary.
about that.
Was everybody able to give that information to whoever may need it? Yes. All right. If not, make sure you do so. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any places or people discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved in the case.
Do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. As I said yesterday, make me the bad guy and tell them you are under very strict orders from the court. You can't talk about it. You can't hear about it. You can't discuss it until this case is over and you're released from your obligations. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about or communicate about this case using phones, computers, or other electronic devices. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in this courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for this case. Likewise, the parties have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which guarantees every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having these opportunities that our judicial system guarantees. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of the defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not guess or speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, if I sustain or uphold an objection, you must not guess or speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Many times these conferences will occur at my bench where the attorneys will approach, we'll have a conversation, and it'll be done. But sometimes the matters that we need to discuss more in depth, it's just much easier if I excuse you back to the jury room, the attorneys stay at their desk where they have all their materials, and we have more of a normal conversation. So either way that it happens, please rest assured that we will address those matters as quickly as possible in order to have that fair and orderly trial of the case. You are permitted to take notes during the trial, and you have been provided with a notepad and a pen for use to take those notes. Any notes that you take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed all of your deliberations and you are discharged, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved with note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should only be used as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Before I go too far, I see you all have your pads. If you haven't already taken the cap off, test the pen. Just make sure it works. All right, everybody's good. Now, if you are a prodigious note taker like I am and you run out of paper, let us know. We've got boxes and boxes of paper for you if you need them. And if your pen starts running out, just hold it up, shake it for us, let us know. We'll get you know that we got boxes of them. All right. Oh, also, I don't have them right here. If at any point during the trial you have a difficult time hearing someone, maybe it's soft-spoken, maybe they're far away, whatever it might be. If you have any difficulty hearing, just give one of the deputies the universal sign. Remember the old Carol Burnett? Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple. Give the universal sign and we can get you those headphones.
Aw.
Like I said, they're piped into all of these microphones and makes it really easy to hear. It'll help a lot.
Bill Carol Burnett.
Also,
I
some
love you,
trials we have,
Judge.
there's quite a few observers. It's a public courtroom, and sometimes there's not a whole lot of observers. So there's going to be people going in and out of the courtroom throughout this trial. That's just fine. It can be distracting when that door opens a lot. I'm going to ask that you do everything you can to set aside those distractions and focus right here. This is the witness stand where the testimony is going to come from. And then, of course, the attorneys will be introducing and showing you any exhibits that are introduced into evidence. So the best you can, keep your focus. The attorneys will now have the opportunity to make an opening statement to you. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence and should not be considered by you as evidence. However, it is important to listen as this is their chance to tell you what they believe the evidence will be in this case. State.
This case is about a woman who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother. And she did not want the father of this child to have any visitation, her husband. And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal. She tried several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield, were married. They had moved to Florida from South Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida in Bradenton, they did not live together. Obviously, there were issues. Doug Benefield lived in his own apartment. Ashley Benefield lived with her mother, Alicia Byers, in a home with their daughter once she gave birth. She had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living separate, they were still interacting with each other with the goal, the apparent goal of seeking reconciliation, reconciling this family and becoming a family. They were going to restaurants, they were going to Selby Gardens, they were hanging out at the pool at Doug Benefield's apartment complex. By all images, they looked like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Benefield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that this shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland and they were going to move to Maryland. Doug was also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt to reconcile, but they were all going to move to Maryland together. Excuse me. At the time that this happened, everybody was in moving mode. There were boxes everywhere, furniture, beds upended. They had a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their things into. And every day around this time, Doug Benefield was going to Ashley's home to assist her in putting these things into the pod, putting these things into the U-Haul, because the plan was that they were all going to pack up in the next few days and move to Maryland. And it continued to try and work on their relationship. The problem was Ashley Benefield knew that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing, all of this was going to come out. It was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Benefield. That she was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information
No,
was
QB, I
become
don't.
public. Now, there was no one else at the house at the time of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park. As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byers takes her granddaughter and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Benefield was the only person that was armed. It was her gun. She had it from before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two, Ashley Benefield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures. Because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Benefield is not injured. She has some very superficial scratches on her midsection. Who knows where they came from? She had cats in the house, but who knows? But this is the only injury to her. And the third thing is the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Now, he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side. It was not straight on. Doug Benefield was not facing her, coming at her at the time that the fatal shot was fired. Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met, back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later, they married. Doug Benefield was 54 years old. Ashley Benefield was 24 years old. So there was a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days and they got married. Ashley Benefield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer. Her dream was to start a ballet company. And lo and behold, her husband has the money and the connections to get this done. So he begins and she begins to put this ballet company together. And they do put a ballet company together, but before it can actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Benefield has his vasectomy reversed because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled. While Ashley is pregnant, she decides she's too sick from the pregnancy, morning sickness, and that she needs her mother to take care of her. Her mother's in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida. So during her pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother so her mother can take care of her during the sickness. The two never lived together again. This was the last time these two lived together. They continued a long distance relationship when she first moved to Florida and continued trying to keep it together in communication. But about the same time as the ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Benefield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Benefield was poisoning her with heavy metals, and her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison. There were also other complaints, domestic violence complaints, different types of complaints, but not once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that. Even though she's making these complaints, the victim, Doug Benefield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work. But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Benefield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. And asks her to help him write a letter to her.
Hey,
to
Kel,
Ashley
good
Benefield,
morning to
to state that he
you.
wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life and to please keep in contact with him. Ashley never answers that letter. That letter is sent via email on March 15th of 2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced, her pregnancy is induced, and she gives birth to a daughter. She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born for weeks. And she never responds to the letter. The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Benefield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have more complaints. The complaints revolved around the poisoning and the things that I talked about earlier. And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, or I'm sorry, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Benefield had not seen his child, had not met his child. So he did a cross complaint to say, please let me have contact with my child. I've never even met my child. So this was set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the judge said, no. No, you are not getting a restraining order, and no, you cannot keep this man away from his child. And granted Doug Benefield immediate visitation with his daughter. He met his daughter for the first time. She was 6 months old. And at the time, when they were exchanging custody, which was at the sheriff's office for meeting the child, all of this animus had been going on. I mean, they had just had these hearings and all of this. And at that first time sharing, that's what they call it nowadays in family courts, time sharing. At the first time sharing, Ashley starts becoming very nice to Doug and says, basically, I'll go with you for the visitation. And that's what they do. The family goes off for visitation. And that begins a year, approximately a year, of basically them working on the relationship, going out to restaurants, doing things, hanging out together as a family. About a year. Now, Doug never moves in with Ashley. He keeps a separate residence. But after almost a year, so around August of 2019, Ashley just stops talking to him. Just stops. And that's about the time Doug files for divorce. He finally says, okay, we're getting a divorce. Then what you'll hear is that the defendant started a whole new set of complaints. You will hear that she was involved in 5 different complaints, all revolving not around her this time, but about the child. Because now Doug has visitation with the child. So now these allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. And the allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. What you'll hear is that not one of these charges was ever prosecuted. Not one of these charges ever left law enforcement. So the defendant now has tried these 5 complaints after Doug filed for a divorce. Law enforcement's not helping her. No one has said that Doug cannot see this child. So there's still visitation going on. And in this meeting of all these people, it was decided that Doug and Ashley Benefield will go for a psychological evaluation. So they do. And they go to Dr. Broder, and Dr. Broder does a very extensive psychological evaluation. And he meets with them together. He meets with them separately. He meets with them with the child, whose name is Emerson, by the way. She's a little girl. And at the time of the shooting, she was about not yet 2 years old. During this evaluation, and what you'll hear from Dr. Broder is that Ashley Benefield acted very different when she was with Doug and when she was not with Doug. When she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland, we're going to work on our relationship, we're going to try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no way, no how, I do not want this, I don't want to reconcile with him. And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is, I want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. That report was coming out at that hearing on September 30th, 2020. So September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up. Now, there had to be a request from both sides, the husband and the wife, to release this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Benefield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. And on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. Now, you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who's saying them and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make it true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Benefield. And that is murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor,
Judge Wright. May I request the clerk to put the screen down?
Thank you, QB. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up if you haven't yet. We would love it, and we appreciate you for it.
This is the divide between generations. I'm in the old school. I'd like to know that I have a picture and it's reliable. This is the new world. We rely on technology. I'm not sure that I'm a fan.
I couldn't tell if that was a smile or an eye roll from her right there.
All right, here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The new world.
This is Douglas Benefield. He was 58 when Ashley Benefield was forced to shoot him. Can I see the second picture, please? I want you to note how he's built for a 58-year-old man. Now, despite being raised by a family who taught me that it was ill to speak about the dead in an unflattering sense, I'm going to have some strong words about Douglas Benefield, the alleged victim in this case. I say alleged victim because he was anything but that. The evidence is going to show that Douglas Benefield was a very disturbed man. Of that, I assure you, you'll have no doubt when the case is over. 30 years older than Ashley, he was obsessed with her, and he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not in an effort to win her hand in marriage. Despite promoting himself as a religious, honorable, and decent human being, Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control. Among other things, you're going to learn during this trial that over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking.
No, I'm playing it on normal speed, Margaret, right
He
now.
threw a loaded gun at Ashley. He punched their dog in the face
I can
so
speed it up
hard that he
through this
knocked the
part.
dog unconscious. He
want me to
regularly
speed it up?
carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire. He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Benefield's vehicle. He was regularly observed following Ashley Benefield in her car, driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her. He was
-2.
caught by a neighbor at night standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into the Ashley's house. He punched numerous holes in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina. And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence. Ashley Benefield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Benefield himself. Ashley Benefield feared him. That was no secret, ladies and gentlemen. She left him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing how scared she was of him because of all of these acts. She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him, he pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him. He did not care. She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him. He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield viewed Ashley Benefield as his property. Abusers seek to control their victims, to dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable suspicions in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child. Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one,
An argument, Judge?
Ooh,
Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants and you'll be safe. These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become
for sharing the
hypervigilant.
Twitters.
Ashley Benefield
y'all use
developed
Twitter.
all of those characteristics. So on
Twitter
9/27,
thing.
2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not live there. He never resided there. This is at her home in Bradenton. He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was moving to Maryland and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, as the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together. Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happens that results in us all assembling here this morning? It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley's things are going to be unloaded first. And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So, this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right, classic tactics of an abuser, they are threats and intimidation on this afternoon as the two of them are trying to pack this U-Haul in this pod. In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says, after a short while, gee, you know, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow. Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in the hallway, slams his shoulder into her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway, he's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took. Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior, she tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired. No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave. I'm your husband, and I can spend the night if I want to. Well, that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around so that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells right in her face, where do you think you're going? Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, you can't leave me. Ashley somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, I am done. You need to leave now. She commands him to leave the home. Terrified while in his grasp because he spun her around, his response is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye. And he yells, I am not done. Fearing for her life, as this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun may be to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He'd pushed her. This time he struck her. Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she has a firearm. She gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving, Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, petrified, she fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sand's house. He's a neighbor. When all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Benefield was a violent abuser. Ashley Benefield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved, and that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Are we done for this, for the presentation for now?
Yes.
Yes. Tommy Bennett.
All right, State, call your first witness.
Tommy Benefield. Tommy.
I'm gonna probably be mean, and you guys can jump on me if you need to or want to. But she was wiping her face, and I don't see a single tear. Is this me? And I'm not saying that for meanness. I'm not. I'm trying to be very open-minded here. Yeah, and I'm not sure on the bingo card. I'm like,
All right, members of the jury, there may be times where it may be a minute or two when witnesses are coming in or we're reconfiguring the courtroom. You're going to spend a lot of time sitting during this trial, so if you want, during these breaks, if you want to stand up, please feel free to do so, kind of stretch a little bit. There's not enough room for yoga poses and calisthenics, but sometimes it just helps to stand up on your feet and move your back a little bit. Please feel free to do that if you need to.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Call me, please.
That's right.
Hello, Judge. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice.
I
with your-
did, but it looks
Yes,
like
sir, I
a
will.
different card, Kel.
Good morning.
Good morning,
No,
Suzanne.
no.
Please state your name.
Tommy Douglas Benefield Jr.
Can you spell those?
Yes, ma'am. Tommie, middle name Douglas, Douglas. Last name Benefield, Benefield, and Jr.
And what was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
I'm Doug's first cousin.
Okay. How close were you and Doug?
Doug and I were completely attached, connected all the way through his adult life at varying times from daily to semi-annually, certainly quarterly, though a whole entire adult life.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed by a major airline out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I run a flight school or a portion of a flight school in Vero Beach, Florida, 3 days a week. It's a full-time job.
Okay. And were you and Doug close about flying?
Yes, ma'am. He followed me into the Navy. I was a Navy pilot off aircraft carriers, and Doug stayed with me in the months prior to him going into the Navy. He went through aviation officer candidate school, went through flight school, and then flew for 3 years and 2 deployments off aircraft carriers like I did. Same aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, as a matter of fact.
Okay. How old was Doug Benefield when he died?
All right, he was 5 years younger than me. I'm 68 now. That was 4 years ago. 64, he was 59, I believe.
About how tall was Doug?
5'9", 5'10" at the most.
Approximately how much did he weigh at the time?
My guess is 160, 165. He was slender and fairly small for a man.
Okay. And before Doug moved to Florida, where did he live?
Before he moved.
Before he moved down here to Bradenton, Florida, where did he live?
Okay,
before
I'm
that?
sorry. I had to pick a year at that point. I'm sorry. He had a home all the way up until his death in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just north of Charleston. 701 Preservation Place was the address.
Okay. And he lived at that address before moving to Bradenton, Florida, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then he rented the house out when he moved to Bradenton for visitation of their daughter.
Okay. And before he met Ashley, who did he live with at the house?
The house for multiple years was Doug, his longtime wife Renee, and their daughter Eva. That's prior to Renee's death in 2015, December of 2015.
Okay. So Renee died in 2015. Do you know how she died?
Yes, ma'am. She died of a undiagnosed heart ailment, cardiac arrest.
Okay. Is,
Hold on.
It's not qualified.
Lack of qualifications,
Yes.
overruled on that basis.
was Renee Eva Benefield's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you say that date again? Was 2015 that she died?
I believe it's December 2nd, but I may have the day off, but not the month of
Okay.
2015.
2015. All right. And I want to ask you now, switch to Ashley. So about how long after Renee died did Doug meet Ashley?
9 months.
Okay. When did you first meet Ashley?
I met Ashley in the spring of 2017. I believe the date was either March 14th or April 14th.
And did you know about Ashley before you met her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did your meeting come about?
I was flying for Southwest Airlines as a captain at the time. They changed my schedule like they do many times in the airline world. And I ended up not overnighting in Baltimore, Maryland, and they sent me to Charleston, South Carolina. Because I was going to Charleston, I texted Doug and said, hey, I'll be in to Charleston tonight. I'd like to have dinner. And he said, great.
Sustained.
Okay. During your conversations, did he mention the name Ashley?
In the second text chain, which is entered,
Sustained.
I'm asking because,
I can answer the question, ma'am. When I arrived in Charleston, I texted Doug, and his text to me specifically was,
and you can't speak about what Doug said to you,
okay,
but during the text messages, did he indicate to you there was a female involved?
yes, that's the first mention of Ashley to me, that we were not going to have dinner at the airport, and that I was to take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to meet them.
Okay. And was that at their house?
That was at Doug's house. Yes, ma'am. 701 Preservation Place.
Doug's house at the time. All right. And how long were you with them, the two of them together?
4 to 5 hours. We started at the house. We ended up going back to my hotel, getting a piece of medical technology, medical device that I was a master trainer in that device. We had dinner together at a pizza restaurant across from the hotel, and then went back to my room in the hotel, the three of us, and certainly 4 to 5 hours that day.
And during this time, did you have multiple conversations with both of them?
We had conversations about everything, especially about how they met,
Okay.
starting at the house, ending at the hotel.
And what did Ashley say about how they met?
She talked about how they met at a political event, a meeting, where Doug and his business investors were.
Personal knowledge.
Defendant's statement.
Yeah, overruled.
You can go ahead.
Both Ashley and Doug told me about how they met the first night at a political meeting, how Ashley had reached out to him before that meeting. They showed me text messages between them for the 10 days between the first meeting and her second meeting with him up in Charleston, Mount Pleasant. They talked about how they had mutual interests, mutual alignment, how they were looking for the same thing in a relationship. They talked about, Ashley talked specifically about her fibromyalgia and pain associated with her ballet dancing days. Ashley talked about her mother, her upbringing, about her father, about the separation there.
Okay.
Do you have an objection
Yes, sir.
on the basis?
Hearsay.
It's my
defendant's statement.
understanding this is the defendant's statement.
Yes.
All right, overruled.
Okay. Let me stop you there. So she said that her and Doug met at a political event.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you were meeting with them, were they married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate to you when they got married or how long they had been married?
Yes, ma'am. 13 days from first meeting.
That they got married 13 days after they met?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate where they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
That was in Mount Pleasant or Charleston. Doug's best friend at the time, Tripp, married them.
Okay. Did Ashley ever discuss with you that she carried a gun?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She said that on their initial meeting, in the political meeting, that she and Doug's traveling partner in business went outside of Secret Service people, and she showed him the gun she was carrying at that event in her bra.
Okay. And she talked to you about this during your meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to jump forward a little bit, but did you have any conversations that night about them wanting to have a child? Or was that a different time?
I don't remember us talking about it that first night. No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember a conversation with Doug and Ashley, specifically Ashley, about them wanting a child?
I believe it was later in the late spring, the next time that I visited with them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, could Doug have children?
He had had a vasectomy after having his daughter with Renee, his longtime wife.
Did Ashley?
I'm sorry, so no, he
Okay.
couldn't have children.
Did Ashley speak about that in front of you, Ashley and Doug together, or Ashley separate about the vasectomy?
They did when they were discussing having Doug have a vasectomy reversal. Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
All right. And to your knowledge, did that reversal ultimately go through?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe Ashley actually paid for it on a credit card. They talked about that.
Okay. And ultimately, she became pregnant.
Yes, 3 months after the vasectomy reversal, she became pregnant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they end up, I'm going to skip a little bit forward now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they end up having a wedding reception?
They did. I believe it was June of 2017. I was single parenting at the time, and I wasn't able to attend, but it was in Charleston, South Carolina, at the home of one of Doug's business partners.
Okay. You mentioned something about ballet dancing, so I'm going to ask you about that. In your meetings and discussions with Ashley, did she indicate she was interested in the ballet?
She spoke about the fact that she had been a ballet dancer, that she had performed in, I'll call them shows, back, I believe, in Maryland, where she grew up. And by the time that I first met Ashley, they had formed the ballet company called the American National Ballet in Charleston. And they were, at the time that I first met her, they were working on getting that ballet company up and running.
Okay. And was this going to be a large endeavor?
Several $1 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Up to 40 dancers were hired. Yes, ma'am, large endeavor.
Okay. And do you know what Doug's role was in that? In your discussions with Ashley, did you find out what Doug's role was?
Yeah, Doug and Ashley talked about it on the first night I met her, about how they founded the ballet, how Doug did the online limited liability corporation work, founded the name, resurrected that name, how they worked together to try to build a ballet that was diverse and open to more than one body size, body shape, body color. That was the philosophy of the ballet as they explained it. That was Ashley's dream.
And how was it funded?
It was funded several ways. A number of Doug's business partner, friends, and Doug himself invested money. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank. So he sold his future stock grants and options to other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000 in his case.
So while this ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yes, ma'am. So in February of 2017 are the records and what they told me about founding it. I met her in maybe a month or two after that on that Charleston overnight. They held the first ballet event, and I was invited in May of 2017. Once again, single parent, I wasn't able to attend. She got pregnant in July, and we talked about that multiple times. And the next month in August was the large launch, which me, my business partners, my veteran friends, supporters of Doug all went to Charleston for that major launch in August. It was at a place, I'm sorry.
And at that time, was Ashley pregnant in August?
She was pregnant. I don't remember if she knew or not. It was
Okay.
1 month after the pregnancy was Emerson was conceived.
And at some point, did Ashley move away from the South Carolina home?
Yes, ma'am. We had the August Ballet big launch. 2 weeks later, Doug moved Ashley down to Ashley's mother's home in Lakewood Ranch. Drove down one day, dropped her off, and drove back the next day. That's late August.
And what was the understanding, what was Ashley's understanding of why she was moving and what was going on?
In text conversations and personal conversations with Ashley,
Defendant's statement.
It's going to be the defendant's statements.
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
I must have done something wrong. I mean, and my card's not doing anything, so. And I do have vasectomy on my card, and it's not. I refresh it, and I must have done something wrong. I don't know. Mm-mm-mm. I think what happened was when I saved the link yesterday, I saved the link to the page before you actually generate your card. You know? Well, I marked it. We'll see. Okay, let me fast forward. She does look like she's 12 years old, Margaret, if you're still here. Yeah,
The reason that Okay, so I believe we were talking about the reason that Ashley went to Florida.
yes, ma'am.
So in your discussions with Ashley, either text or in person or on the telephone, did she indicate to you that she was going to Florida because she was sick? And
That was the initial indication. Yes, ma'am.
and her mother could better take care of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Throughout the time that you saw Doug and Ashley together, how did Doug act?
In particular on the opening night and all the way through their relationship. Opening night, totally in love. Both of them in love with each other. Doug was always very respectful. He was very, very respectful with her in front of me, both that initial night and then the next week. Again, I believe in May, that I spent down in Sarasota, Bradenton with them. Every time he was respectful of her. They were in love. They never showed anything in front of me other than caring for each other.
That was going to be my next question. So did you see anything other than that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Taylor, as I've said before, you're free to use the podium if you prefer to cross from table. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Benefield.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
You were a naval pilot, correct?
Navy pilot, yes, sir.
I think you mentioned the training that you had briefly, correct?
I went through extensive training all my 30-year career, yes, sir.
Okay. Some of that training included close quarters combat, did it not?
No, sir, never.
No hand-to-hand
No, sir.
training at all?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation where you related information about close quarters combat?
Yes, sir. I was in charge. I was the senior.
Do you remember that conversation
Which one, sir? I don't know which one
about
you're
close
speaking about.
quarters combat?
If it was in perspective of me running security and self-defense training for my airline, not the Navy.
You received no such training in the Navy.
No, sir, never.
Did Doug admit to you firing the gun in the
Objection.
kitchen of their home?
Can we approve?
Yes.
This is where it's going to start getting fiery and spicy. Oh, cool, Spins. I had to go look. Mine's not doing nothing. I don't know. All right, let me fast forward.
Mr. Benefield, do you recall that Ashley had left your cousin Doug in the fall of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Specifically
Right.
September 18th of 2017.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that date and the events.
Do you recall writing to Ashley Benefield in a text in May of 2018, I'm a fan of
Objection.
yours?
Hearsay.
It's his. So, Mr. Benefield, following Ashley's leaving your cousin Doug in September 18th of 2017, were you a fan of Ashley Benefield's in May of 2018?
I don't remember specifically that word, but it may have been in our lengthy phone calls and text messages from January through June, possibly.
You expressing support for her?
Support for her story of the case, yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you tell her, in fact, at one point, she married the wrong Benefield?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield?
Relevance.
Approach.
Lord have mercy. Talk about Sidebar City. They're moving in, huh? They're moving in to Sidebar City. I'm fast forwarding, guys.
Expressing
Okay. Okay. So that you can hear what they're saying at Sidebar, Patricia. She puts them on when they go to Sidebar so she can hear what's being said through the judge's mic, I'm assuming. The judge's mic, but yeah.
Overruled.
Thank you. So, Mr. Benefield, after expressing your support for Miss Benefield in 2018, several months after she left your cousin Doug. By the way, do you know why she left your cousin Doug?
The initial reason or the second reason, sir?
Do you know the reasons that Ashley Benefield gave your cousin Doug as to why she left him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm gonna need the source. Is this from,
Well, I'm not going to ask.
is it being offered for the truth? I mean,
Yeah, it's not being offered for the truth, and I'm not going to go into the substance. I just want to know if this witness knows.
overruled.
You can answer. Did Doug share with you the reasons why she left him?
He shared two different reasons.
Yeah, all right. So now you express several months following that you're a fan of hers. And do you also not say to her that she married the wrong Benefield?
I don't remember that specific text in the 6 months of open communication between she and I.
All right. Let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Mr. Benefield.
Objection.
Overruled.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we see what you're showing?
Sure.
Lauren, the
I'm going to show you a document.
GSR is gunshot
Why
residue,
don't you take a moment and look at it?
which they'll talk
and tell
about
us if
whenever they
that
get to the
refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you suggested to Miss
Forensic
Benefield
parts
she'd
of
married the wrong Benefield.
No, she didn't get to do that, Patricia.
Does
She
not
didn't get
say
to hear
anything
any of the
about marrying the
sidebars.
wrong Benefield.
Does it say,
Objection.
Hold on. Sir, has that document, without identifying it, we need to like a predicate.
Mr. Benefield, is that document reflective of the communication that you shared with Ms. Benefield?
I believe it's correct and unaltered.
You're welcome, Lauren.
And it's between you and Ms. Benefield, is
Yes,
it
sir.
not?
Yes, sir.
And it's accurate, is it not?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Do you say
So I'm assuming the point that he's trying to make here is that this dude was flirting with her and saying, you married the wrong one. Basically, you should have married me. Is that what he's getting at?
thank you, wrong
Objection.
Benefield?
Yeah, approach, Mr. Taylor. State.
Jeez Louise. Another sidebar. These sidebars are forever long.
document
Sheesh.
Does the document I've shown you, Mr. Benefield, refresh your recollection of that particular exchange?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you tell us your recollection having been refreshed, whether or not tell us what your response was to Ashley's text?
This is 6 months, and you want me to just focus on
Just tell us
one
what your,
line. Is that
Mr.
what correct,
Benefield,
Mr. Taylor?
just tell us what your response was to Ashley's text, your recollection having been refreshed.
Ashley says in the text,
Mr. Benefield,
Sustained.
please
Wow.
tell us what your response to Miss Benefield's text was now that your recollection has been refreshed.
there are multiple on the page, sir.
Mr. Benefield, I think you know what I'm referring to. Would you please answer my question?
I would like to answer it as it pertains to what she said.
I didn't ask you what she said, Mr. Benefield. I asked you to please tell us your recollection having been refreshed, what you said.
Would you like me to read
And
that
Judge, I would
bubble?
object, we do not need to be reading from this document.
Hold on. Deputy, would you
Wow.
please take the jury into the jury room? If you could give us 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Remember, please don't begin your discussions and deliberations amongst yourselves. You can use your phones if you need to contact people, but don't talk about the case with anyone else. And don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about.
Ay, ay, ay.
All right, y'all can have a seat. The jury's out. Mr. Benefield, I'm going to excuse you to the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You are not to discuss your testimony or the questions that have been asked of you with anyone,
Yes, sir.
including the attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And you're not to let anybody talk to you about anything that's going on inside the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
while we're on break.
Yes, sir, I will do that. Should I leave the paper here?
Yes, sir. Leave that there.
Yes, sir.
Right, Kel? You don't need to see this. You still have a cup of coffee. He's trying to get him to say
Okay.
something in the wrong
When
context
we
to make him
began
look.
this portion
dirty.
of the discussion, the question was, did you tell Ms. Benefield that she married the wrong person,
The wrong Benefield.
the wrong Benefield? And I sustained that as hearsay with no exception. I found that it didn't provide impeachment of any prior inconsistent statement. What I did allow was him to testify as to his then existing mental, physical, or emotional conditions or feelings, with the question being, did you feel that she had married the wrong Benefield? There was then the attempt to use these text messages that I still have not seen. I don't know what the substance of them was, but where we were was my understanding, and what I heard was the defense was attempting to refresh the witness's recollection. And what I have said is
it sound like it started to morph into some mix of impeachment and refreshing recollection and some elements of introducing a past recollection recorded, and that's where we're at. So, state your objection.
My objection, first of all, is the predicate has been laid to refresh recollection. But then the witness has not been asked what his recollection is, other than to read it off of the paper, which is commingling past recollection and either past recorded or something of that nature. I think we're commingling the two different things. And if this witness needs to be asked, if it refreshes his recollection, then he can be asked that question without reading the document. I would object to any reading of the document because it is extrinsic evidence if it's being used for impeachment. I do not believe his state of mind is relevant to a material issue in this case. I think the defense is trying to say that it goes to bias, but I'm not quite sure how that fits into it. So my objection would be it's improper refreshing recollection. It's improper impeachment. It's also improper prior recorded recollection, and I would object to that being testified about.
Your response?
Yes. So as succinctly as I can, Your Honor, he's a creep. He acknowledged being a creep, and the jury will conclude he's a creep. It goes directly to his character and his bias. And that's why after he said, yes, it was accurate, I recall it, he cannot bring himself to say it. And the reason he can't bring himself to say it is because he knows that all these women on the jury are going to know exactly what he was referring to. So I am trying to impugn his credibility after listening to everything that he had to say to set up the state's position about how this relationship was so lovey-dovey between Miss Benefield and Douglas Benefield, and what a wonderful relationship it was.
So can I ask, and I may have missed it, but what was the conversation? What made him say you married the wrong Benefield? I mean, so I am confused about why he said that. I mean,
Was here, we now
and I'll also tell you guys something else that's really been getting on my nerves. I thought I really liked Tommy, but every time he mentions the word or the phrase medical device, he has to bring up that he is a master trainer or whatever. And it's getting on my nerves. He just like pushes that and shoves that. And he knows that people are watching on TV, and he is like trying to just always connect those dots. And I'm like, dirty, dirty, dirty. Not that it's dirty. I mean, I'm just saying he's, a little bit of self promo here on national TV, basically.
I'll have this witness very begrudgingly admitting that after Miss Benefield leaves Douglas Benefield, and she leaves the letter, which I know the court has seen because I attached it as an earlier exhibit to a motion, he's still supporting her. And he's not only supporting her, but he's telling her she married the wrong Benefield.
It just feels skeevy, QB, when he does.
In my world, Your Honor, based upon the rules of evidence, I am entitled to go after his credibility, which he has put in question by virtue
It's one thing when you say it once or twice, but it's like he said it every single time he mentions the device, that he's a master expert trainer in using it and all that. It's just
Of taking the witness stand and becoming a witness. I did it the way the court wanted. I asked the magic question, does this refresh your recollection? He said it did. Now I want him to tell me, in response to my question, did you tell Miss Benefield she married the wrong Benefield? And he cannot bring himself to acknowledge it. He wants to talk about anything else but that. And I think, Your Honor, anything that I'm capable of showing where this witness, Doug Benefield's loving cousin, Tommy Benefield, where this witness showed his support for Ashley Benefield after she left Douglas Benefield, goes directly to his credibility. You can't get up there and testify to all of these things about how wonderful this relationship was, and then on cross-examination have to acknowledge that you were still saying you're a fan of Miss Benefield's after she leaves them, knowing the reasons she left them. I intentionally didn't go into the reasons to try to be straight with the court, but now I'm attempting to impugn his credibility, and he knows it, Judge. He's looking at me like a deer in the headlights.
I'm going to allow you to respond. I previously mentioned about confining arguments to legal and factual bases. I am also going to direct both sides to refrain from vituperative ad hominem attacks. I don't think we need to resort to name calling. I think it's inappropriate and unprofessional to refer to a witness as a creep.
I agree, Judge.
With that said, go ahead for your response.
The first thing, Judge, I don't know if you have the copy of the text message up there. Just supposed to give it to you. Nowhere in there does it say she married the wrong Benefield. That is not what it said, first of all. And second of all, Tommy Benefield never said that anything about their relationship and the tenor of their relationship once she left. He said, when I saw them together, they looked fine. Just because that changes down the road and he knows they're having problems, I am unaware of how that affects his credibility. He can clearly see that they're having problems later on down the road. I don't see how the timing being different somehow makes him inconsistent and somehow that attacks his credibility or it shows his bias. If Mr. Taylor wants to ask him, were you aware that there were problems after that? Yes, I was aware of that. I mean, in Mr. Taylor's argument, he is impeaching the fact that Tommy Benefield saw them acting loving to each other. If that wants to be impeached or explored, then ask Mr. Benefield if he saw them after that or knew that they were not loving and having that type of relationship. I don't understand the relevance of these types of conversations. I think the defense tends to say everything is about bias, but it has to comport with the rules of evidence. And I would say that this does not.
All right, thank you both very much. So my ruling earlier was that these statements by Mr. Benefield towards the defendant were hearsay. I wasn't aware of any exception that would allow them. They appear to be offered for the truth of the matter that is asserted. So I didn't allow them on that grounds. What I allowed was the defense to ask,
She's looking right into that
because there
camera,
had been
buddy.
testimony by Tommy Benefield that they were always respectful to each other. He never saw anything except care for each other, and they were in love both ways. I think it is an impeachable question to ask, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? But it's not what he wrote, it's what he felt. That's where you're mixing apples and oranges, the defense is. The question that was presented to me was, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? He can answer yes or no. If there's then some extrinsic evidence that may impeach him on that point, I would then have to make a determination is that extrinsic evidence admissible or not? Because if it's a collateral matter that's not material, then the as you well know, Mr. Taylor, you get the answer you get. Where we had an additional part of this analysis was the fact that there was a demonstrated lack of memory, because the answer was, I don't know, as opposed to, no, I didn't say that, or yes, I didn't feel that, yes, I did feel that. So then the path was started on was refreshing recollection. As I've mentioned before, and I mentioned pre-trial, I expect attorneys to know
Her looking into that
differences
camera is
between
freaking me out.
impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. That's one path. Refreshing recollection is a second path, and introduction of past recollection recorded, which is a separate path. And the reason I'm sustaining the objection is because it started off with refreshing. Does it refresh your memory? And then we got right back into the documents themselves, which I've already ruled were hearsay. So it's for impeachment purposes only. You can ask him about I allowed you to ask what his feelings were, but not to get into these documents themselves. I don't know how to say it any more clear than that.
So,
If you're refreshing his recollection, then we're going to take that path.
yes, I believe I did that. I believe I refreshed his recollection and he acknowledged that.
It drives me crazy that this defense attorney is as old as he is, and this judge is basically having to handhold and walk him through lawyering 101. It's ridiculous.
So then my question was,
What did you say? And that gets back to the documents. If he says his memory is refreshed, you take the document back, or whatever the thing is that you use to refresh recollection is to be retrieved. And then the person testifies from their own personal knowledge.
so once he said that he recalls, I then asked him if he said that you married the wrong Benefield. That's what I said. I will be happy to go through that again, Your Honor. Now, did I leave the document there when I asked him that? Yes. I didn't feel it was necessary to take the document back, but after he acknowledged that his memory was refreshed, I asked him, did you say that she married the wrong Benefield? And that's where we were when Your Honor said. The other text, Your Honor, is just indicative of continued support for Ms. Benefield.
I agree with that, Patricia. Look at that. Look. And them eye blinks. Gee.
Sir, this doesn't say what you're asking him.
May I approach?
God.
Thank you, wrong Benefield. Miss Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is,
Wait, let me go back
thank
and
you.
rewind that.
You should have been with us. So
Sorry, I was too busy freaked out about her gawking at us that I missed what they were.
Sir, this doesn't say what you're asking him.
May I approach?
thank you, wrong Benefield. Miss Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is, thank you. You should have been with me.
Sustained.
I assure you, Judge, that any female will draw that conclusion immediately.
That does not match what you're asking, sir.
Oh
All right,
my
are we ready to bring the jury back in? You want
God.
to treat this as your mid-morning break? You guys can take 5 minutes.
Can I take 5 minutes, please?
That did not say you married the wrong Benefield. I'm confused. Oh my God.
All right,
I
am
gotta
gonna be
listen to
allowed
that
to get an
again.
answer?
Mid-morning, sir.
Will draw with me. What that doing, his Benefield says, that,
Sir, this
Oof, look at that face. Ah. Oh my God, look at that face. So, can somebody put it into the can we get it in context? Can we get it in like from out here to here so we can what is she saying something about that's cool? I really don't know what they were talking about prior to that. And what does he mean by wrong Benefield? But he definitely did not say you married the wrong Benefield. Are you freaked out, Margaret? Okay. Okay.
doesn't say what you're asking him.
May I approach?
thank you, wrong Benefield. Miss Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is, thank you. You should have been with me.
Sustained.
I assure you, Judge, that any female
That judge is like, dude, you need to get as far away from me right now as you possibly can. Mm-mm.
will draw that conclusion immediately.
That does not match what you're asking, sir.
I don't draw that conclusion
All right, are
immediately.
you ready to bring the jury back in? Do you want to treat this as your mid-morning break? You guys can take 5 minutes.
Can I take 5 minutes, please?
All right, am I going to be allowed to get an answer from him?
I've sustained the objection.
And
All right, so we'll take,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify your ruling. It's my understanding that you said he could ask how he felt.
correct. The last objection was the questions were going to, what did you write? What did you say in your text messages? Sustained.
And then, so, okay, thank you.
So we're clear. Did you feel she married the wrong Benefield?
I've already ruled you could ask that question.
All right.
Wow. Wow. Sheesh, Louise. All right, let me get to the 5-minute break, and here we go. Lord have mercy. God, that was like pulling a mouthful of teeth. Right, Spins? I mean, you could have taken that any number of ways. And by her saying it's cool what you're doing, whatever, I assume she's talking about what he's doing with his like health business or the flight training or maybe something to do with him getting some of his like, you know, guys that he works with, some of his acquaintances or whatever, to donate to this ballet thing. Like, you know, become donors or whatever, you know. And if he says wrong Benefield, you know, maybe he's implying that this goodness should be going to Doug, or this luck, or these blessings, or whatever this, you know, that's how I would have taken it, I think. I don't know. That was just a whole lot of nothing and a whole lot of dumb and a whole lot of grasping at not even straws. He was grasping at air. Well, and see,
Where's Mr.
Cal, that's
Benefield?
the thing. He could have totally meant exactly what that defense is making it out to be. But we won't know because we don't even really know what they're talking about, you know? I'd love to go back and dig through some of the old like hearings and see what that was about. Maybe did they mention that in that what we listened to yesterday and we just missed it? I don't know.
I will find them.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
It took a long time for him to get here earlier too, so we just need our witnesses ready to go.
They did a room for the state attorney's office witnesses down there. Because the press has this room.
Rest of the time.
Sorry?
We have several witnesses outside if you have to get them thrown out.
Judge, that was why, because our witness room is.
All right, Mr. Benefield, come on back in and resume the witness stand. You'll recall that you are under oath.
Yes, sir.
Sir, as we took that break, did anybody attempt to approach you or speak with you about your testimony, the evidence, or this case?
No, sir.
Did you speak with anyone about your testimony, the questions asked of you, or the evidence of this case?
No, sir.
All right. Let's go and bring the jury in. You all go ahead and have a seat. Whenever you
Depends on
find your
what
spots, just sit on down. All right, everyone gonna have a seat. Members of the jury, during that break, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, discuss the case with anybody outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no. All right, Mr. Taylor.
People, places,
Mr.
things. We're
Benefield,
learning
when
about
we
nouns
last
today in
were
court.
assembled, you were, we were waiting for you to answer the question whether you felt Ashley had married the wrong Benefield.
No, sir, I did not believe that.
Was it a joke?
It was an attempt to keep a communication open between us.
You know, we've established that you were aware that Ashley left Doug in September of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And we've also established that following that, you expressed your support of her.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to direct your attention specifically to the month of November of 2017. Were you aware of a domestic violence injunction that Ms. Benefield sought and obtained from South Carolina court?
Yes, sir, at that time.
And did you express to Ms. Benefield
I feel you, Kel. I feel that. Mhm.
your support of her after she obtained that domestic violence injunction?
Sustained.
Did you support Ms. Benefield in November of 2017 following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction?
Not specifically about that, sir.
Do you recall expressing your support on Saturday, November 4th, 2017?
I don't remember that specifically, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Benefield, I'm going to show you a document, see if this refreshes your recollection. The areas that I check refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir, those appear to be my statements.
All right, your recollection having been refreshed, Mr. Benefield, on November 4th, following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction to Ms. Benefield, did you express your support to her?
There are two problems with your question for me, sir. I'm going to ask you.
Would you answer my question, and then you can certainly feel free to explain it?
I was unaware of I believe I was unaware of any result of any pending case in South Carolina at the time I texted that.
I thought you just told us you were aware.
I became aware after the fact, when the mutual protection order was entered, I found out about it after the fact, but I don't remember the date of that event as it relates to the November 4th.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
State, any redirect?
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are released from your subpoena. The prior restrictions that I placed upon you are removed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Lord, have mercy.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Eva Benefield.
Eva, this is the daughter. This is the daughter.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, and right as you need it. Actually, you're just fine right there. I think that's close enough.
Okay.
Speak in a loud, clear voice, and we'll hear everything. Go ahead.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield,
How do you spell your first name?
EVA,
And how old are you now?
23.
What was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
He was my father.
And who was your mother?
Renee Benefield,
And we heard from the previous witness, she died, unfortunately, at some time before this case, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Awesome, Patricia. Woohoo!
When did you first find out about someone named Ashley Benefield?
It was August of 2016, about 9 months after my mom passed.
Okay. And how did you find out about her?
My dad was on the phone when he picked me up from school, and he had his phone on speaker, and they mentioned him having a girlfriend, and if he was going to bring his girlfriend to a conference that they had that weekend.
And was that the first time you had any information that there might have been a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
At the time, were you upset with him about that?
No, I just told him that I trusted him, and if that's what made him happy, that I would be happy for him.
And about how long after that did you find out they were married?
It was 2 days after.
And how did you find out that they were married?
My dad came up into my room, and he said, "Eva, we need to have a chat downstairs with Ashley." She was at the house at the time, and I said, I don't think we need to. I understand that you're dating her and you're happy, but please just, give me my space a little bit. I don't want to have a conversation." And he said, "No, I think it's really important we do." And I said, "The only time that I would want to have a conversation with y'all is if you told me that you were going to propose." And when those words came out of my mouth, he told me that they were married.
Okay. So that's how you found out they were married.
Yes.
Did Ashley eventually move into your house?
Yes.
Wow.
And that was the house in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, who all lived in the house? Just the three of you?
Yes.
How was their relationship together that you saw?
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They were very touchy-feely, PDA. Any event with school or extracurricular that I was in, they were together. They'd go grocery shopping together, go travel together. They never left each other's side.
Okay. And how did you and Ashley get along?
It was friendly at first.
Okay. You said at first,
Yes.
and then what happened?
Over time, she tried to reprimand me a little bit more and kind of step into a motherly role. And I did not like that because it was so short after my mom passed away.
Okay.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And in Ashley's interactions with you, or interactions that she had or disagreements that she had with your father, how did you observe her to act?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, it wasn't a good question. Whenever she had a disagreement with you, how would she act?
It was almost temper tantrum like. It was
Objection. Impermissible character evidence.
I'm sorry.
Character evidence.
Overruled.
Okay, so it was temper tantrum like, and you didn't sound like you were finished. What were you saying?
she would go directly to my dad and tell him that I wasn't obeying.
Okay. And did her reactions to you seem to be on the level of the situation, or did she get more angry at the situation?
Usually they were overreactions over small things.
Okay. And how about interactions with your dad? Did you ever hear her argue with your father?
I heard her strongly voice her opinions over and over and over again.
Okay. Now, you said over and over and over again. Is that something that you heard on a regular basis or something you only heard once?
It was on a regular basis.
Okay. And when she was voicing her opinions to your father, was he ever reacting to that?
No, he would just sit quietly and listen.
Did you ever see them fight?
No,
Verbally fight?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see them physically fight?
no.
How often would you say that Ashley and your father would disagree within your hearing?
Never.
Okay. You said if Ashley was trying to get her point across that she would go on and on about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't term that as a disagreement?
No.
Okay. What would you term that as?
My dad just listened to her voice her concerns.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad at any time yell at her?
No.
Did you ever hear your dad do something or say something that was controlling to her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad get physical with her?
No.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Benefield.
Good morning.
We met previously at a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize to you for meeting you under these circumstances. I'm required to ask you a few questions based on the testimony that you've given us. You lived in the house at the time that Ashley and your father were first married.
Yes.
And you found out from your father that he had married Ashley when he introduced her to you.
It wasn't when I was first introduced. It was a day after.
So the day after, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So your mother had passed away approximately 8 months earlier,
9 months.
9 months earlier. And your father, with no advance knowledge, came and introduced you to his new wife.
Yes.
There was a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen in your home, correct?
Correct.
You know what that hole was, how it got there?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I don't know if it will or not.
I would prefer the question not be asked.
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
This is just getting weirder and weirder. Right, he was a creep. That's Rich that he just tried to block that about her character when he just argued for an hour about how the guy's comment about the wrong Benefield should come in because the jury would conclude he was a creep. Mm. Yes, ma'am. Kiddo's hollering. Oh my God. What?
So I think the question that was pending, Ms. Benefield, was, did you know how?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Let me back up. You told us there was a hole in the ceiling of your kitchen.
Yes.
Was that hole in the ceiling of your kitchen, can you describe it?
It was small.
Small, kind of round?
Yes.
Consistent with an object?
Objection, speculation.
Let me finish the question.
Consistent with an object the size of a bullet?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were there holes in the drywall of your home?
There was one.
Was it from the closet
No.
outside to the drywall?
No.
Where was
It was near the kitchen.
it? Did you know how it got there?
Yes.
Was the hole consistent with the size of a fist?
Yes.
Was that hole patched?
Eventually.
Who patched it?
My father.
Did you know that your father studied close quarters defense in the Navy?
Yes.
And tell us what close quarters defense comprises.
I'll allow it briefly so she can explain the basis of her knowledge.
Well, let me give the court a little better insight into this. Ms. Benefield, do you hold a black belt?
Yes.
And are you trained in defensive combat fighting?
Taekwondo.
Did you and your father often discuss different styles of defensive fighting?
We had the conversations when I was practicing, when I was
Okay.
10.
And tell us were you trained in close quarters defense?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what it entails.
In hand-to-hand combat.
Okay. And it's the type of hand-to-hand combat where if confronted by a weapon, rather than turning and run, you're trained as to how to remove the weapon from the other person's hands.
Well, you're told to first ask for no conflict, and then if they proceed, yes.
Yeah. In other words, your objective is to take the weapon away.
If there's a weapon involved, yes.
Were you aware that a domestic violence injunction had been issued by the court in South Carolina?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Ween baby coming in hot. Look at that. Did they smacks? Oh my God, you cracked me up. You cracked me up. Our lawyer tried to lean that way, but it was kind of a no-go.
One last question.
I like it, right, Margaret?
Was your dad fixated with Ashley?
I think they were fixated with each other.
Did you make a prior state? Whoops. Did you express at any time that your dad, your words, not mine, was fixated with Ashley?
I might have.
Give me just a moment, Judge. Do you remember having your deposition taken?
Yes.
I need page and line,
Um,
and I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah, I was just first asking her the question. Do you remember sitting for a deposition?
Yes.
Let me pass to you this document and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Like maybe
Approach.
that you had used to refer to your dad's interest in Ashley was what?
When are you referencing?
In general? Was the word fixated? Was that the word you used?
Yes.
That's all.
Right, redirect.
No, thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, but no, so you know. All right, Ms. Benefield, you've not been released from your subpoena, all right? And the rule of sequestration has been invoked. What that means is that you can't be in the courtroom anytime that there's testimony being given or evidence being presented. Because this is being shown on TV or the internet or something, you can't watch it outside of court. You can't watch what's going on inside of court. You can't be inside of court. You also may not discuss your testimony with any of the witnesses or any of the attorneys. Better practices don't talk about it with anybody else. And none of the other witnesses nor the attorneys can talk with you about what's going on in court. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you're not released from your subpoena, so you need to remain available.
Okay.
All right. But for now, you're excused.
You know, I think it's
All
really,
right, members of the jury, it's right about lunchtime.
I think it's really stupid that she can't be in the room because she's a victim, you know? I just think that that's stupid. She should be able to be in the courtroom. That's all I'm saying. You guys, I still haven't gotten anything stamped on my daggone card. I have one, and it's vasectomy, and I'm the one that clicked it. Something's wrong. My whole card is defunct. Is that the right word? I don't think that's the right word. Okay. Please tell me if I said the wrong word. I think that was not the right word. I don't. What was it? If it's not the right word, then what was I trying to say? Okay, we're going to skip through lunch. Let's make sure there's no argument or nothing beforehand.
So let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's just a couple of minutes before 12. In order to give you time to go and find what you want and everything, I'm going to ask you to be back in that jury assembly room downstairs at about 1:10. All right, so it'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes if you want to go somewhere. Certainly, there's plenty of places. If you haven't been in downtown Bradenton for a while, there's plenty of places up and down Main Street, 12th Street, all the way down to the water. There's some places on 13th, also some places a little bit south. Please leave your notes here. Do not discuss the case with anyone else outside of the jury or amongst yourselves. Please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Remember also, it's kind of a small town. Sometimes it happens where jurors are sitting in one booth and somebody on the other side of that booth you hear talking about the case, or you heard names that sound familiar or things that sound familiar. Remember, they may not know you're there. Just, hey, I'm on the jury. I need you to stop. If they don't, I need you to report it to the deputies as soon as you get back. All right, you're free to go.
Okay, give me a second and I'll speed it up. But right now I'm putting glue on nails. I'm putting some fingernails on. Some press-on nails. And I'm about out of this glue, and this glue is like almost no good. These are not going to stay very long at all. because this glue I'm using is old and no good. Yeah, a lot of times they'll do that, Gail. They'll make them have their own lunch until it's like time for deliberations, and then they'll bring lunch in. And then other times they'll, provide lunch. It just depends on the state, the county, I think. It just depends. Okay, will do, Patricia. I'll show you when I'm done. Okay, now let's get back over to this and speed it up. Hold on, I want to watch her face.
All right, have a seat. Before I let you all go, state you had just mentioned that despite Eva Benefield not being released, you want her to remain in the courtroom.
Yes, pursuant to Marx's law and pursuant to the earlier discussion.
All right, did you want to be heard?
No.
Okay, then she'll be allowed to remain in the courtroom as the next of kin.
Okay, thank you.
All right, same with you all. I don't foresee, I mean, you said you exchanged witness lists, so you know who's going to be coming in the afternoon. Are there any that, because this morning we had talked about 4 different people, so 2 have testified. Whenever we get back, if there's any particular issues about any folks in the afternoon, let me know.
Okay.
All right?
And we're behind, so I'm not sure exactly when those other people will be coming up,
All
so
right, we'll see you guys back here at 1:10.
thank you. And we anticipate the jury coming back in at 1:15.
Correct, exactly.
I'm just watching her to kind of see what sort of vibe she has about her whenever the jury's not in the room, Okay. Now, wonder who that is. Wonder who that person is. I don't know. All right. Now let me go ahead and scroll on through the lunch hour. All right. Okay. Brown chicken, brown cow. Excuse me. All right. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, she's back. Okay. There, right there's the camera she's probably looking into. She's like, hmm. Now I feel like the judge is looking into my soul. Right then he was. We're playing a staring contest. He got a funny look on his face. I reckon there's people in the courtroom being loud and noisy, or there's Tommy Boy.
All right, good afternoon. We are back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield. After our lunch break,
Taking notes.
Mr. Taylor, if you would do me a favor, that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I keep that on my desk. So I know you took it back for your records. If you could burn me a copy, not right now, but probably Wednesday or Thursday,
Of course.
when we're getting close for you to take over, because I do keep track of evidence and witnesses that way.
I'll make arrangements for a copy to be at Your Honor's chambers this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Judge, we'll need the system with Mr. Sand, please.
All right.
I don't have to be here, I'm sorry.
Is it going to be audio and video?
Just an eye roll.
The 911 call.
Oh. Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
these are, I don't know who will give these to. Those are for
Me.
the jury. If you'll double check that there's 9 there, sir.
Okay.
And then this is one for you.
Thank you.
And we gave one to the court reporter. Did you want me to take them or you set it?
For mine, for me.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if I gave you an extra. Yes. We double checked. Yeah, and we sent it.
Yeah.
I sent it.
Yeah, you're good.
Judge, I just want to test this.
And you should have it.
It works.
Thank you.
Nor did the address in your emergency.
Well, that did not work. Let's see.
Judge, do you want these ones, or do you have them already, the edited recording and the transcript, do you want them, or you don't have to? It's the jury instructions, sorry, on 2.2, and, I think we would need 2.2 and 2.
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I haven't done it.
Okay.
No tin cans allowed, Patricia.
Yes.
Mhm.
I am informed,
And the,
doing my best to try to keep up with everything. I've kind of misled the court, I'm afraid, to some extent. We actually filed an amended defense witness list. Our memory is that copy of it to change.
All right.
And I don't think there was anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change.
All right. Hold on.
He was connected earlier.
Oh, we need to switch. You were connected earlier. Is there a thing to switch it to this port? Okay, thank you. Couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
Okay.
So we don't need to lower the lights.
No, it's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down. All right, Stady, you ready to call them in?
Yes, do you want him in now or when the jury comes in?
No,
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury. yes.
I apologize, it
thought you
wasn't a
meant
good
the witness.
question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of transcripts for the 911 call by John Sant. And it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge, we're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it.
Yes, sir.
Bring them in. All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
No.
Everybody says no. When we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
Okay, I'm just going to be 100% honest here. This is just my honest, I'm staying neutral position here. But just from a quick glance, I feel like Miss Benefield is very neutral and flat when the jury's not in the room. Like, she's not like hee hee ha ha ho ho, but she's also not like boo, you know. But then as soon as the jury comes into the room, she has this very like look on her face, like, and it's making me not trust her. Ay, ay, ay. Who's this dude? 911 operator or the
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the
neighbor?
testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need some assisted listening devices. All right. Here's a pair that you can use.
Okay. I think he's the neighbor, where she ran off to, and he called 911
Yes,
for
I
her.
think that'll work better. And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Okay, sorry about that.
This is volume control.
Okay.
Make sure to keep the phone.
All right, sir, does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right,
That's
I
fine.
apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. So,
That's all right.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak a loud, clear voice right into that microphone and we'll be able to hear everything.
all right.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I didn't realize I'm sitting here
Good
filing these
afternoon.
nails right
Hi.
in your ears.
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
Sant,
Where do you live?
and 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together,
At the house, in the neighborhood,
when they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
Okay, nails done. Woo! And a French manicure. These will get me by for a few days.
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door,
Thanks. I
and
think they're pretty too.
kind of startled me, but it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window in the window and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there. And I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. I just, nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you to scoot up a little bit, there you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay, and you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay, so you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What
And
did
look-
you,
And I looked out again. And then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
okay, so you saw a leg, you think someone was sitting?
Well, they were sitting.
Okay, so what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought it did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes,
And who was it?
it was Ashley.
Okay, and you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor now.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually,
Where was that weapon?
it was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed it lying there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It's on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, well, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter.
Yes,
Okay. And she said at the park.
at the park.
And at some point during this conversation, when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did
Have you listened to the 911 call?
many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You could take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know what the disc, I guess.
It's a
Oh,
disc.
okay. Yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you
Yeah.
remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own
Okay.
voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
So, Judge, that we received,
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount, any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, You are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
Okay, I
going to go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant, KNT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. What screen is this at? 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the...
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here. I'm sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Or the police are going to want to know, probably. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no. Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before
The
they get
deputies
back in the park.
deputies are moving as fast as they can. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to, so where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? On the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have a deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
No, I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want?
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah.
What
They
do you
just
want
pulled
us
up to
to
the other
do?
address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just because you know they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. Mhm. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of
Okay.
additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, geez, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until the police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure
Okay.
that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here.
Mm-hmm.
I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now.
Okay.
Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. You want him to move in.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time, when to come out, okay?
Okay. Hey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down.
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not
Out of my house?
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So
And they want you to stay inside. Okay.
Put your hands where she can see it, okay? All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. She sure it isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female only.
Stay inside. Oh, your hand? I don't see it now. Are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees you now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now, I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're gonna come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
here they come now. Okay.
He's done a really good job taking care of her. Very sweet man.
Only folks just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy?
Very, very sweet man.
You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No,
Did you see any blood on her?
no,
Did she complain of any injuries?
no.
How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I know, no.
Okay. And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure he will.
Cross.
I'm sure he'll have a few.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Sure, baby. What's your question? I'll answer it if I can.
Mr. Sant,
And if I
I've
can't, maybe someone in
passed
the
you
chat
a
can.
photograph. I'm going to mark it for exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
Wait,
I
what?
don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No,
I gotta watch that again.
apologize. And Mr. Sant,
Yes,
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you.
Ween Baby says, hold on. She said, I have a question since I wasn't here for the defense opening statements. But did it sound like the defense lawyer was describing a Three Stooges episode and not a timeline? To be honest, I can't really remember. I sort of tuned it out because I listened to a lot of his story from yesterday, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe someone else in the chat would have a better thought process than me. Hey, Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Did you not catch any of the opening statement, Ween Baby? What makes you ask? I watched it earlier and I was like, this man is describing a Three Stooges episode. Are you talking about the part where he was like, and his leg goes up and there's a blah, 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 and like some big, like his hands go up in the air like he's going to karate chop? And is that what you mean? If that's what you're talking about, then yes, 100%. Yeah. I love the Three Stooges, by the way. Margaret said a bad Three Stooges movie. I watched it up until they did the sidebar because the cousin said he wanted Ashley. Yeah. I wasn't sold on the cousin wanting Ashley until his answer to that question. Me and Kel was both like, side-eyeing him pretty hard. When he said something about, why did you say the wrong Benefield or something? And he said, oh, I said it so that we would continue the conversation or something. I don't remember. Something to that, something leaning in that direction. And it was just kind of like, wait, what? It was weird. This morning I asked my husband if he knew where a red button-down shirt of mine was because he had folded some laundry and he pointed to my maroon jacket. And I was like, no, it's a shirt. And then he said like a cardigan. And I was like, never mind. Sometimes, men just don't get it.
Sure, there you go.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yeah, right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes,
All right.
your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place.
We'll put it on the overhead. Objection to putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation about it.
Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sam, just if I may turn your attention to this.
This one or the?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your
Probably.
chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes.
That's Ashley's
Be right
house.
back, guys. I gotta go.
Yes.
Wee.
And your house
And
is
fix
immediately
kiddos.
to the left, correct?
A quick little
Yes.
snack. So I'll be right back here in just a few minutes.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sand.
admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking,
yes,
pretty hysterical.
yeah, yes,
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I,
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
first thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled. It
Okay.
wasn't held far and it didn't eject it far
Yeah.
enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Ejection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely,
Yes.
no further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes. All right, Mr. Sant,
Yes.
you are released from your subpoena. You are free to go.
Okay.
No, you can't take those. It wouldn't work outside anyway.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next witness. And the state would call it Deputy Pearl.
All right.
You saw this girl affirm testimony about the identity of truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hello, sir. Or afternoon, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. But if you're talking a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, we'll be able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
It'd be a law enforcement academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our counties, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's depending on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum a few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent, that's North 70. It's an
Oh, I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
With a minute, maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or have
No,
any?
ma'am, she was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seemed to be intact, yes.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would...
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
And I think I was asking you why she was placing cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones,
Bye, Gail.
proceeded to the house to
Have a
clear the
good day,
residence.
ma'am.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly next
And-
door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There's a large moving van. I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage doors open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door?
Yes,
Was that? Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Reeland was first. I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, what was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's the
detectives.
one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what'd you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross?
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it.
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
I was skipping ahead on
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
the actual fee to make sure that there was no like
See,
Sure. I have a copy as well.
photos that I needed to.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And
Or
in
body
seeing
cam
it
photos.
now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Reeling bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7th, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Hey, Nicole. Yeah, I actually did a live stream Saturday. We read her letter and looked at that help wanted
Let
ad
me
that
pass
she made.
this to you, Deputy Burrell, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
The letter was ridiculous, by the way.
I don't recall this one, sir.
Is that your name?
It's got my name on it,
Okay.
but I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by
You
you?
know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently
Sure.
ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier,
possible.
let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so no.
All
I think I can answer questions related to.
I thought Karen Reed sidebars were bad. They ain't got nothing on this trial.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that.
Mm-hmm.
So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's not dispatch, sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
It
a
would
mistake.
be the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly, it can happen. And It does
Okay.
happen.
So
Yes.
now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burrow, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me,
Sustained,
what was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory,
Okay, if you could approach, please.
in the usual course of events, Deputy Burrow, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report
No
as
love
to
on court
such
TV
things
gets on a
as
roll
the
like that,
date
right?
and the time and the location, the name of the complainant and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's a single objection.
Oh, at this point.
Thank you.
would you tell us, Deputy Doral, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield,
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here,
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct, yeah.
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection. So Deputy Burrow, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019, you obviously worked the night shift at 20:55. Suspicious person call in progress at (11332) White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge. I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, he can be.
Keep him, all right. Sir, you're released from your subpoena, you're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need to recall.
We need to still do.
Sir, you are not releasing your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, State.
Thank you. The state was called John Jones. I think the deputy already knows. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, and Judge, I will need the system for this one. Please.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the sheriff's office?
I am a property detective currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes,
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
a different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you work, does VCTF have a zone, or are they in the whole county?
They're countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 in Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential
Like a subdivision?
subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of the residence,
And,
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house, or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door of
Thank
the
you.
residence.
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound
to his, right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And what were you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt, or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. You take a look and tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes.
I'm just going to leave them for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that states 2, and as to states 3.
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And Checker, I'm just going to hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS staff to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
My glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir. Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
and are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
No objection.
States 18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective,
So
I'm
when
gonna,
you say publish, you mean up here?
yes, sir.
All right. Get the launch screen.
Detective, I'm gonna show you right, let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. It's like a red button, in case you need it, the dot. I'm gonna show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED pads have been placed.
And that's you on the right, that's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And that, is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found, when you found him, is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top side, top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
Appear that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything, I'm sorry, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield.
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies
EMS.
and the EMS? EMS,
Just EMS.
just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right, State?
I should have asked this already. Can we publish those? No, I don't need the witness, just publish them to the jury while we're calling the next witness.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked them.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them. Announce your next witness, please.
The state would call Detective Tyler Ackerman.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Cool, sir. Sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. So just, yeah, there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Crack me up, wing baby.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to police academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we received at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army?
I didn't hear.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
And when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that? And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched. And I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case,
They are
the
racking
multi-waiver is something that we
through these witnesses,
collect from the
man.
person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Din and Mr. Sant.
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it
I
cause
can't
you to
wait
go
to
do
hear about the
something else?
Googles
Yes.
too.
Okay. And
I'm
what
not sure
was
when,
that?
baby.
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
And
There
did you
are
enter Mr.
people
Sant's home?
Yes,
in there
And did you
behind our
locate the
sitting,
firearm?
yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front
don't know
door,
who
as soon
they
as the
are.
front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked with state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm?
Yes.
On that day? Your Honor, David asked to enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, could I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, yeah.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish State 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing State 17.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see a copy of it in front.
Of course. You can see the actual exhibit. All right, cross-exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir.
Okay.
The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position,
That's what I
but
want.
what was with the firearm was not would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice,
Yes,
and that comes with knowledge of the firearms.
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, sir.
Yeah.
It could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect,
No, Judge, thank you.
can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Sir? Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're releasing your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then oh, no, maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3:00, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes, let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send or receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And we'll call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break.
I'm not sure if they'll look at our Googles or not, Wing Baby. I mean, I would hope so, but then again, I guess.
All right, the jury is out.
That could
You all can have a
potentially
seat.
be up in the air.
Thank you. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest. All right, stretch, move around. All right, we'll be off the record till then.
You should have said stretch, move around, defense, get your head out of your hind end. Okay. I'm gonna sneak in there real quick and snatch. Hold on, let me go back. I'm gonna sneak in there real quick while there ain't nobody looking, and I'm gonna swap this pretty rainbow tumbler right there. You guys see that pretty tumbler right here? I'm gonna go snatch it. That be illegal for me to steal something out of a courthouse. I mean, it's just a cup. It's just a tumbler, right? All right, let's scooch on by. Scooch on by. Hi, kiddo. Hi, kiddo. All right.
Mom.
Yeah, I'd go straight to the hooscow, right? Margaret says, do it. Nobody's looking. You have one like that, Wing Baby? Look up mermaid straw.
All right, so 3:15, we're back on the record. State versus Ashley Benefield. State.
Patricia, that'd be a
I
straight
don't
to jail
know
moment.
what you planned on. I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today. Do you think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Borak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conlon, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby that are here.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall and, Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side. So I was hoping to get them done today if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
We'll see how far we get.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have some issues with Byers and with Russell.
Oh, Margaret,
Okay.
I wouldn't get that close
But
to her.
they're going to be later.
After the 2 crime scene techs.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene techs to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time. And maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witness here, let's get through them.
But maybe that if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record.
Sure.
Just while we're talking about, depending on what happens today, it could be more. The last witness is our firearms person, and they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, we're not gonna, I don't think will happen. We're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't wanna have them try to.
So that's a good update for you though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody who's getting a surgery next week and
We had somebody getting surgery on the first, and we have,
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people, yeah.
So there you go. The state
Yeah.
is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday
Mhm.
morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have one witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, welcome back. You all can have a seat. So I had gone up to my office, and when I came back down on this floor, I realized, well, it's cold today. So again, I apologize. It's set somewhere else. So just keep in mind throughout I see some of you shivering throughout the rest of the trial, please dress in layers so you're ready for kind of like going on that trip up north sometimes in the spring. You're never quite sure what to take, so be prepared. While you are outside, did anybody discuss amongst yourselves anything about this case or begin your deliberations? Did anybody discuss anything about the case with anybody outside of this group? Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. When we took that break, the state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
The state would call Megan Dvorak. And Judge, I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Cindy. Welcome. Welcome. I'm trying really hard to be nice and wait till I hear all the
Good
things.
morning.
Oh.
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
Welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. And adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Megan Dvorak, last name spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, Orack.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager, and he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you
Technician
arrived?
here. She really,
I
she
arrived
like
at approximately.
reminds me of a friend of mine. I swear, it's almost like insane visually. Like this would be her twin.
9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. And so we will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at?
Okay, so kids need another little snack. These kids are being snackaholics this afternoon. So I'll be right back. If they go to sidebar, just chit chat in the chat. And hopefully I'll be back before that though. I'll just be gone a couple minutes.
Them and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly and accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection? None. Will be received.
Thank you. And Mr. Work, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing, just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 24. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is the mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
It's her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what are you documenting the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
Objection leading.
Oh,
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Hearsay.
I think it's
is it
effect on
offer for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overruled.
Go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you. And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And then
right here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick. Defense may.
Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I don't know if the court had any objections, but before I begin my cross publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand him to the deputy.
Yes.
Can you state for the record which numbers they were?
It would have been 29 and 30. But
29 and 30. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
Crime scene, Dvorak or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a licensed deputy or
No, I'm not a certified, I'm classified as civilian.
civilian? Okay, that works for the sheriff's department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dorvick, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge?
absolutely. Take your time. You can refer to your notes. I don't need to speak for the court, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the.
She was like, I'm not going to take your word for it. I'm going to take the judge's word for it. Look, there's a poppy can. Look. Poppy can. Hold on. Look. She's like, she's watching down the hall, out the door, because kiddo has a snack, and she's like, go ahead and drop some. Go ahead and drop some so I can get a little bite. She's like, come on, drop something for me, honey. What are you doing, Pop? Mm-hmm. She's such a good puffers. Good puppers, but good puppers. Okay. Let's continue.
Defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Miss Benefield's hands?
Let's see. I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA.
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off
Okay.
to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA
Okay,
or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, 1 second, Ron.
Yes, Ben's Poppy is a Boston. She's a Boston Terrier. Now she's up there digging under the blanket, trying to get underneath the blanket. That's her favorite spot, is under the blankets.
Storbeck, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you...
And before we adjourn for the day, I need to request prayer from you guys for our TMI staff. She went on vacation to visit her mom for a few days, and she wound up with some pain overnight, went to the emergency room, and it appears that she had an ovarian cyst that ruptured, and they're making her stay overnight for pain management, but also they're waiting to determine if they need to go in and help, reduce the bleeding and take care of whatever they got to take care of to get it fixed. So just put your prayers out there for TMI Steph and be thinking about her, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And if you're watching, Steph, we love you. We miss you. I know, right? I know. Margaret said I about fell on the floor when I saw her IG. Yeah, I know. Sad. Yeah, we love you, Steph. We need you back in here talking about stuffs that Margaret don't like to talk about, okay? Get better. Get better and get back here.
Swab?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I
suspects.
missed that.
Miss
Yes.
Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrist were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swab after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Still don't.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked. So you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go.
Okay, I liked her.
All right, State.
I think I liked her because she looked like my friend. Okay, we remember this lady from the previous hearing.
Hello, ma'am. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. And you should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing another too close.
Okay.
All right. All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No,
What'd you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when the search warrant arrived, then I was able to enter the residence.
Oh, Ween Baby, I plan to start at 11 o'clock. Tomorrow is going to be kind of a kooky day because I have to go register kiddo for school tomorrow. And I haven't discussed yet with husband what time I'm going to do that because he has hair. It's the whole thing. Him and the other kiddo have haircuts tomorrow. And yeah, I only have a certain amount they only give like a certain window of time. So I'm not sure how tomorrow is going to go. Yeah, I'm not sure how tomorrow's going to go. I might have to stop early and then finish up later tomorrow night. Yeah, I'm going to have to play tomorrow by ear. Thank you for being flexible with me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house? And it did in fact have bullets in it.
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked my van.
Your May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter 30 through 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do, I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
That is the next door neighbor's house. So I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
My internet is being poopy pants today, man. Today and yesterday were bad internet days, and I don't know why. We've got really good internet, but for some reason, and it's not the computer, it's the internet. I don't know what the deal is. But I'm supposed to have my Ethernet adapter thing tomorrow. It's supposed to arrive tomorrow. We'll see.
Thank you. I can't get it to close.
Yeah, it
And
keeps
Ms.
freezing
Conlon, I
up.
left an
Phoebe,
item
and I
there
keep
with you.
getting-
It is states.
I keep getting the like the little thing that says connection is unstable on my StreamYard. It keeps going in and out, in and out, in and out. So I don't know.
13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Have a good night, Lauren. Have a good night, sweetheart.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on the side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received.
Thank you. Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of
I
the?
think, yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene? You said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done. You looked at them all?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16. It's laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection?
None.
They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up and tell me if it is an accurate depiction of state 16?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house through your pictures and this
Good.
sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this picture? Or the sketch, sorry. Okay. And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
I walked through here.
Okay. And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
And did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And where is this was this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where's there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes, there's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
And were you made aware of what that smear was from or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way? Did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh. The state's 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes.
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
That's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner, as best I can.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'll come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
Okay. I'm gonna show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer's killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. You take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon.
So there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. Come on.
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
One.
Yes.
Okay, I want to just leave them here in case they want to re-listen to it.
Okay. YouTube's doing what it's great at doing, which is once they get to the end of their live stream, they throw it back in a weird, wonky area. So I have to go back and find where I was at. So give me just a moment. All right. It was this girl, this woman. Okay. We didn't see whatever that was, did we? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find where we were at. It was right in here somewhere, wasn't it?
Okay, there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on stage 7. Do you recognize that?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I do.
And how do you
I
recognize it?
remember
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir.
No, I just need you to hold on. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
Yeah, one went through the wall, Patricia. I'm gonna skip through if they're not gonna.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
You take a look at stage 9 and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back out of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58. And we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
Check the reading.
I'll sustain. She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers we see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7.
Okay. And what were you documenting with number 7?
A projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod. Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you state 60. And if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was state 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry, 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you. And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So that's the same cabinet door, and this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
It's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
At this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
Received?
I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once?
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it, one or more?
It was one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm gonna show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is in the living room and it's right by the front door. So and this is the front door. So it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
It's some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
Okay.
Received?
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's been a busy day, but also kind of, usually when the days are busy and they've got witnesses that are hopping on and off the stand, things move quickly, but I feel exhausted after today. I'm just like, I'm ready to go lay down. But also, you know, it's my crash time. This time every day is when I start getting the sleepies.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And
Patricia,
I want
right.
to show you
That's not
states
the same
49. We
thing.
previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
It has been a long,
And did you
short
document
day,
that
Margaret.
search?
Yes,
I did.
exactly.
And so this is state 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is state 74. Is this a driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in state 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a 6-hour 380.
And in state 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you
Easy girl,
Maybe.
baby.
to be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the 6-hour?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
And so now,
Right next to the Jif.
state 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Jif.
And
not Jiffy.
78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearm's in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in state 79, is that
Yeah.
what we see?
I was kind of
Yes. And
wondering,
what kind of firearm?
QB, because on my card I've got like poison. Should I already mark that one? The only ones I've got marked are vasectomy and 911 recording. I don't know if I should be marking poison or GSR. They haven't really, I mean, I think they've kind of skimmed around GSR. I don't know. And then there's the medical examiner, but we haven't heard from the medical examiner yet. You know, I don't know. You should mark poison. Okay. Where do you keep your gun? Right next to the Jif, right? I know. That's what I said yesterday. Poison was already marked. Okay, well, then I need to go mark it. Mine are not automatically marking. I'm telling you, I've screwed up and I've somehow or another wound up with not my original card. And if I win anything, they're going to say, nope, sorry about your luck. So I don't know where my original card is. I'm upset about it. I'm going to mark poison. All right. That girl is poison. All right, let's go. Let's go back.
When was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you. Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured. So if the slide is back, this is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you. And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kel, I
Sure,
have
I'm
been.
confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you states 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone, which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see I'm sorry, tell me if you're right. Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you states 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with the case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter states 11.
Received?
Thank you. And how many phones did you collect?
2.
Queen Baby
And where was the
lost
second
her
phone?
In the
card.
garage.
It is pretty
And
cool.
what do we see
TV.
here
I
in
think it's
states
pretty
81?
cool.
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside.
Oh, the
going back to the
witnesses have to
garage.
take the stand.
So it's a shelf that's right here,
Okay.
the entryway into
Then
the house.
hold on. So witnesses have to take the stand. Hmm. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see here. Let me read what QB said. Witnesses actually have to take the stand. Patricia said they literally called that one guy a detective. QB said the rules are fluid as he's still working on it. That's what I thought, Patricia. Exhibits have to be entered. Ween Baby said I regenerated a new one and it's different. My old card had like 5 marks. Uh-oh. See, that's what I think happened to me. I think I accidentally regenerated a card because when I clicked on the link that I emailed to myself, it just showed me a preview of a card. It wouldn't show me like my actual card. It just said like preview and so I think I goofed up somehow. When you go back to the bookmark, it starts over. When I go back to the one that I bookmarked or whatever, it doesn't take me to my actual card. It just keeps taking me back to the page where it says generate your card. Yeah. See, that's what I did, QB. Well, I didn't bookmark it. I just copied and pasted the link and sent it to my email. And when I went to get it from my email, I think it said something view / something. But it didn't have like a big long number behind it or something. So I don't know. That's cool, Kel. I did, Kel. I emailed the link to myself, but I emailed myself the wrong link. The link that I sent myself was the page. It wasn't the actual card. It was like the page before you get your card, apparently. I didn't click the generate card. So now every time I go, if I click generate card, it gives me a new card. And so I don't know which is my original. I don't have my original card. And the only link that I saved was a link to go generate a new card. It's all screwed up. I screwed up. Yeah, I screwed up, apparently. So Ween Baby says they need to say that next time because the page says bookmark it. Yeah. I don't know. Either way, it's still cool. Mine was open in a browser and I accidentally closed it. Ugh. Can you reopen closed tabs? I don't know if you can do that on. Can you do that on a phone?
Shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
I'm showing you states 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Oh,
And how do you
there's
recognize
a
it?
playwright
The case
too.
number, what kind of phone it was,
That was Shad.
and the date that it has occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 12.
Mm.
Received.
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Ski, Plazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Plazinski.
Thank you.
You just call him Ski.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took with Ashley.
And do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
Objection. Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then states 84.
So that's the scratches.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's see this real quick. I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with the counsel? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
Patricia, I know. I literally am glad that I had my camera off because I literally was going like this to try to see it.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
I'm really trying. I know if this is like the third or fourth time I've said this. I'm really trying to, I don't know how to explain it. I'm really trying to see it from her angle.
Breaking by it.
His suit looks expensive, unlike that lady's purse. According to them, he jammed the box into her side. I can see accidentally running into it, but now he does have the friend who said that he, like, body checked her, like shoulder, whatever you want to call it, right? I'm a licker too, QB. If I'm going through papers, I'm like, The scratch is minuscule for me, but that's the thing. I know that people can go through DV, obviously, and not have a scratch on them, right? I just keep going back to what they've already said, you know, about that woman, that they've exhausted every legal way. She has exhausted all of her legal whatevers and nothing ever came of it. And I just keep seeing that and I'm just like, or hearing that. And QB said, I'm just saying that ain't no box in the side. Well, I mean, it could be a box in the side, but I don't know. I mean, I could see that happening, but would it have been? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. They can, but if you say he jammed the box on your side, I expect to see evidence of such. I know you're a licker, but those are your documents. He's doing it with court docs. Morgana's back. Ween baby, yeah. I think they're saying that she was carrying a box, he was carrying a box, and he like, you know, and caused the box to like scratch a cut into her. They're calling it a cut, I think, or something, and it's barely anything. Like the one cop in that hearing we watched yesterday said that there wasn't even like any open wound that caused a scab or anything. I think he did say that there was one or two little tiny scabs of something, but it was so minuscule. Like, and if it was scabs, I mean, it was probably old, and they've got cats apparently. So I don't know. I would expect something different. I know. Same. Prosecution said he bumped her on the way past. I am not licking attorney's fingers, Ween baby. No. Nerp. He's licking his fingers and I'm licking my fingers. And you know what? At least I'm a paper licker and not a lint licker. You lint licker. Jenny, don't lick the attorney's fingers. Don't make me gag. I pull a QB. He's like great grandpa, Mr. Clean.
So, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
I was just thinking, here you go. Here you go. This is what happens to you, Ween baby. This is for what you just said about me licking his fingers. Baby shark, doo-doo-doo-doo, baby shark, doo-doo-doo-doo. And so now I'm thinking, Mr. Clean, da-da-dun-da-dun, Mr. Clean. And then there's Grandpa Clean. Great Grandpa Clean with no teeth. You know. And he's bald. Great Grandpa, Mr. Clean. Dun, 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 dun. I'm sorry. I thought it was funny. Mr. Clean will clean your home. What's Kel say? Anyone who in the process of moving has the potential to have scrapes, scratches, and even bruises. Absolutely, right? What else did they say happened? He body checked her. Yes. QB said insert QB gag here. All right. We're going to finish this out, you guys, because I'm ready to call it a day. Yeah, she's like, I'm over this trial. I'm over this whole case.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. May I, Your Honor? May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, buyers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
We move respectfully, Your Honor, and introduce it as offense exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state we don't.
Thank you. Received. Is that what, I'm sorry, so has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We pre-marked all of them.
Thank you.
Ms. Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example, that was in one of
Not
the
yet,
photographs,
Nicole.
that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct. Yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or
No, I'm a civilian.
crime scene?
Yes, crime scene.
Or Ms. Conlon?
Yes. Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you under type of case noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, All you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Sorry, I just. I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on one second. Can she be released? Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena.
All right, Ms. Conlon, you're not releasing your trial.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
You're not releasing your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Right, can we publish defense exhibits, please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too. That's him.
Yes, defense two. And, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right. And we'll publish two. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah. Everything's yours?
Yes. it's on.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again. Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense two, go ahead and approach. All right, members of the jury. So we've had a very busy day, and talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now, and then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at, I almost said 7:45, 8:45. That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you. Is anybody picking tomorrow? Okay. Do you know if everybody's been released? There won't be any jurors. Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not. So you probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, you all can kind of stay generally in the same area. You have to sit right next to each other. But that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening, maybe beat the traffic. But remember, please, last night you got home and family and friends at work was probably asking, how's it going? You got to say, hey, I don't know anything yet. We haven't done opening statements. All we do is pick the jury. But now you've heard some testimony. So at this point, it's going to become even more important for you to follow these rules of no discussion amongst yourselves, no discussions about the case with anyone outside of this room, and make sure you try and avoid the news or don't, look at your favorite websites, but try and avoid doing any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics that you've heard anything about. Remember too, I don't know about you, but my fingers and my toes are pretty cold, so dress warm or dress appropriate so you can come and adjust as you need. I don't know if anybody brought snacks, but as you see, we have breaks throughout the day. So if you do want to bring something, They can bring cooler drinks, don't they?
Scott.
Okay, they'll discuss that with you because I want you to be able to bring in snacks as you need. All right, you're all set for the evening. We'll see you back here. Yes, please leave the notes. Those must stay here. If you just put them face down on your chairs, the deputies will pick them up and we'll hand them back out tomorrow. All right, we'll see you in the morning. You too. Yeah. Okay, you all can have a seat. Yeah, I was also going to say, it's only been about an hour since the last break, but does anybody want to step out for a minute?
I would like to.
Okay,
No, let's go.
I'll take a 5-minute break though. That way, if do you guys want to stretch your legs?
Brief recess. Patricia said it's infuriating how closed they keep getting, how close they keep getting to blood spatter. Kel said he's the most personable judge I've seen so far. I really like him. I like, shoot, I forget the judges' names. The one that was over the Swift trial. The Tennessee. I really like that judge over the Karen Swift, David Swift trial. But I like this one a lot too. Yeah, they're not done yet, Spence. They got some stuff they're gonna probably argue before. Yeah, Patricia, I did too. The Payne judge. Yeah, I liked him too. Or wait, no, I'm thinking of wrong one. I'm thinking of what was that guy's name? The one that went pro se, not Brooks, but the other guy that killed that woman, or that was charged with killing that woman that lived in that treehouse. The treehouse murder trial. That guy, the one that was like, he was like always huffing and puffing. I liked him a lot. All right, so let's see. Let's scooch on down through here.
Ready?
We are.
Court attorneys.
And here we go. What happened?
All right, we are back on the record. We've got all the attorneys and Ms. Benefield. Madam Clerk, are you okay? I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, okay.
I heard you type and I want to make sure that you were also ready. All right, first things first on my list is I still have a whole bunch of these transcripts from the 911 call. Do you want those back? Did you get one?
Yes.
I want to just leave them here in case they want to re-listen to it. If they re-listen to it,
No,
they wouldn't get it.
they will not.
Okay.
Patricia, the one you're talking about that was over Payne, Tyrone Tucker, that's it. I liked his judge. The one you're talking about, Patricia, was it the when you said her accent was fun and she was so pleasant? Was it the one that I kept talking about how pretty she was and elegant looking? And she was really nice and had like, was it like I feel like it was like a Caribbean kind of accent or something. Yeah, she was real classy looking. Yeah, I liked her. I liked her too. She was very sweet. Very sweet. I think my favorite female judge is she was from Jamaica. Okay. My favorite female judge is hold on. I'm having brain farts. You guys know I do that very often. The one from Daryl Brooks. And she also did the I Drop Murder case. What is her name? She's my favorite. I love her. What is her name? I like the judge that we saw when Becky Hill was brought in. Yeah. Yeah, I liked her too. The one where I felt, yes, Judge Jennifer. I think her first name is Jennifer. Doro. Yes. Yep. I love her so much. Love her. Yeah, that old woman judge. She was super feisty. Yeah. You know what? I need to make a compilation video. We did keep calling her. I felt so bad because I thought she was a man. Judge Penny. Judge Penny. Why am I not? Is that who that old woman was? I need to do that though. That's a cool idea. I like the idea. Is to maybe the end of the year, like come out with like a Johnny Depp case. Yeah. I remember what she looks like. I just can't remember her name. But I think maybe at the end of the year, I'm going to come out with a compilation video of like 12 best judges of the year of 2024 or something. And like put together like clips of their best, my favorite parts of them. I think it would be cool. That could be pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, let's go.
You know what? Yeah. I just, for your edification, for everybody here's edification, and I meant to tell the jury this, and it's on my
He's
list, and I
wiping the
forgot.
sweat off
The
of his-
boil water notice was extended to Wednesday. So continue to bring your bottled water or your sodas or your coffees or whatever it is. And I meant to tell the jury, it's okay, because what's today, Tuesday?
Yes.
Oh, it is Tuesday. Hopefully.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gotta love a good boiled water advisory, right?
It's 10 a.m. tomorrow? Okay, well, that's not so bad. Okay. No, it's the pond out back.
I get thirsty.
And then, thank you very much, sir. I did get your amended witness list. It helps me keep track as we go. My notes are that, this is for everybody's knowledge, Deputy Burley, CST Dvorak, CST Conlon, and Eva Benefield have not been released from their trial subpoenas. So I know you all know what that means, but you need to make sure your witnesses, because some of these folks, either they're also employed at the sheriff's office or they may know each other, and they are strictly prohibited from having conversations with each other. Thank you. All right, let's talk about, you had some motions, and I said objections earlier, but they could also be motions in limine regarding Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers.
Yes, sir. So I thought we had pretty much established that we weren't going to.
Two a month, Morgana?
Child abuse investigation. Nonetheless, in an opening statement, the state clearly went down that road.
Yay, lemonade.
Designating that there were
Motion's
five
in
children.
lemonade.
Which now puts us in a position to have to respond to that unless it turns out to be a representation in an opening statement that will materialize.
Miss King
Court
likes
knows it. The court emphatically
Laura
instructed
too.
what the lawyers say
I
in the
love
opening
her.
statement is not evidence. So the concerns we have with Alicia Byers and with Dr. Russell
Where's the patient
is that
for
we
the Senate?
believe both witnesses' testimony was sought to go to the issue of child abuse.
I'm gonna do 1.5
multiple
because him and the judge both talk slow, so.
403 of the Florida Evidence Code being merely one. And I don't need to re-argue this. The court's aware of it. We're all aware of it. The balancing act, even the potential prejudice. We don't think that should be admissible, and we don't think we should go down that rabbit hole. In addition,
I apologize for interrupting. I do not intend to ask either one of them about child abuse. And if it helps, the reason I said 5 complaints was, it's my belief that comports with your ruling on what Detective Moreland would testify about. So that's why I represented that. It wasn't to get information out of either of these two witnesses.
well, that certainly helps my argument, Judge. My understanding, for purposes of Detective Moreland, is that the court.
Here you go, QB. This is for the paralegal.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Okay.
He is all sweaty and stuff. He was wiping off his monitor, his tablet a while ago, or his phone or something. It's probably because his fingers are all sweaty.
Allowed, is willing to allow him to testify as to the criminal aspect of his involvement. The court should be aware that deputies do not conduct an investigation. They merely accompany the CPT or DCF.
So we're going to town with that
for
highlighter.
their personal safety. There is no criminal investigation. So I point this out, Your Honor, in anticipation of when Deputy Morgan does come to take the stand. If the state doesn't plan to go into anything having a relationship to the allegations of child abuse, then I don't know that we need to go any further to discuss that it was, whether it's collateral or it doesn't relate to any material element of the offense.
And let me just clarify, that argument relates to Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers?
Alicia Byers, yes, and it may in fact relate to Deputy Morgan, once I get a chance to hear him about his actual
Yeah, I knew you were
participation,
thinking
and
about
whether or not
Morgana.
he's just there for safety purposes to protect the DCF representative.
And I can just represent, I mean, you can board iron if you like, but I can represent to you that he did his own independent criminal investigation. But he
Matthew
and the
Broderick,
DCF,
the
CPT
baby
people all work
Broderick.
together. They all have their different roles. But he did investigate criminally.
Well, who would he be investigating? He would be investigating the target of the complaints. What relevance would that have to Ashley Benefield?
What I envisioned from all of this was I was allowing Detective Moreland to testify consistently with what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. That there were 5 complaints made.
Ooh.
I think I allowed the month and the year. The alleged perpetrator being Doug Benefield. An investigation was conducted. The general allegations were, and whatever they were, and that the cases were closed with no action. Exactly what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. And then I did not allow Kim Griffin. Remember that's the one from CPS. Was she going to be an expert? Then it was no, she's not going to be an expert. But we want her to testify about those same 5 complaints from the CPS aspect that they were investigated and they were closed with no action. And that's where my ruling was no, because I think under 403 that allowing both of them to testify, and I completely understand that this is criminal, Moreland, right? If we have a silo, Moreland is criminal, 5 criminal investigations. Griffin is CPS, civil, 5 investigations.
Okay. Okay, so now I have to tell you, he's doing it today too. Yesterday, when he was doing this right here, he was like, I was like, he's giving me Chris Farley vibes from SNL, the counselor, the school counselor dude. What?
Investigation, but my ruling was under 403, I thought allowing both of them to go into it could confuse the jury, mislead the jury into thinking, well, there were 10 investigations. So that's why I made the ruling I did. If you're asking me to revisit that, because I would allow Detective Moreland to testify that there were these 5 complaints that were forwarded to him. Is he CAC?
Yes.
So he was CAC at the time. They were investigating, in the information I gave.
How can I, if that comes out, how can I not bring out on cross that 2 of those complaints were from independent third parties, 2 professionals?
Well, I did not allow them to go into who made the complaints. That was the subject of a prior motion where I said, no, you cannot go into who actually made the complaints. The state is prohibited from going into that.
And I won't ask for names, I won't look for identifications, but I think I'm certainly entitled to show that it wasn't just Ashley Benefield.
I don't know if he knows that or not, because I don't think that question was raised at the standard ground hearing or any of the motions I've covered. It might have been covered in a deposition, so I'm not aware of it, but I don't know if he even knows who made the complaints.
I don't know that he does.
I'm hard pressed to believe he conducted 5 criminal investigations and he doesn't know that 2 of the complaints came from the pediatrician and the psychologist.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to open Pandora's box. I'm just saying I personally don't know. So you may want to talk to him tomorrow before he testifies, or maybe it was in the deposition. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's my ruling as of right now. Moreland can testify. Griffin can't. He can testify about those 5 criminal investigations that came to him as part of the CAC unit and the information that I allowed. If they want to get into more, you want less. So that's where it's not a compromise, but I think that's the correct legal ruling.
So now I have a second motion.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell were not being called for purposes of child abuse, what possible relevance could they have to it?
I have no idea. So is this the similar motion they filed a motion in limine for me to force you to proffer your expert? Are you now motioning for me to force them to proffer theirs?
No, because if you had granted theirs, then I would have said yes, but you denied theirs.
Goose and gander, but no, I denied it because I don't think there's any basis for that.
Okay, so I just want to alert the court that I'm going to be on guard for that, and there's going to be some objections potentially.
Understood. And it happens all the time where depositions have been taken or reports have been written or affidavits have been done, and you can file motions in limine to limit or restrict certain areas, but I don't have any of that in front of me.
Okay.
The last thing I heard about anybody was I granted the request to depose Russell, but I haven't heard anything since then. So, well, what else can we talk about this evening before I let you go?
I think we're ready.
I have one small thing. We did do a stipulation for the ID of the victim.
Sure.
I think it's not an issue in this case. Nobody's objecting or arguing, but I just wanted that to be a part of the record.
All right.
I think she wants me to fingerprint it also, Judge.
I'm sorry, sir?
I think she wants my fingerprint on it as well.
If you would bear with me, Ms. Benefield, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear firmly to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right. I just want to ask you about this trial stipulation that was just handed up. It's got the case style at the top, trial stipulation, and here's what it says. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the parties that the identity of the deceased victim is Doug Benefield, white male, date of birth 10/2/61, a human being. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. None of this is dated. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. It has Ms. O'Donnell's signature, and it purports to have your signature right above your name and the word defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions, but essentially, ma'am, do you understand that at trial, the state has to prove certain elements? One of those elements is that Doug Benefield is deceased and is deceased. They'll have other things they need to prove, but you understand by entering into this stipulation, you're basically saying you don't have to prove that state. The defense is agreeing that the deceased victim in this case is Doug Benefield.
Yes, sir.
All right, fair enough. That's all I wanted to confirm. So I've got this. I'm going to give it to the clerk so she can stamp it in, and then you all tell me when you want the stipulation read, and I already have the limiting instruction or the instruction about stipulations.
And I don't even know if we need to read it. Okay, maybe we could read it during Dr. Vega just to be certain, but.
I will let you prosecute and defend your case. How you see fit. Okay. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Hey, listen, so I'm not sure that I need to have you here at 8:30. It sounds like it's worked out, and
Do I hear 9 o'clock?
looks like it's going to be 9.
Do I hear 9:30?
Over my objection.
I thought you had something in the
the morning.
No, I have bond hearings. I ended up not having any bond hearings, and I don't have any case managements for tomorrow. Now, next week I do.
Judge, 9 o'clock is very much appreciated.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
But 9 o'clock start, so maybe 8:50, 8:55, getting all set up.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, deal.
Joe, can we, will the, this be?
All right, we'll be off the record until tomorrow.
All right. They are done. They are done. I'd like to know who that guy is to her, who I'm calling baby Matthew Broderick. I don't know if he's a family member, boyfriend. I don't know. But thank you guys for hanging out with me all 6 hours and 40 minutes. She has a designer bag. There was that different behavior you were talking about, right? Yeah. She's just very, just like flat, kind of like chill when the jury's not in the room. When the jury's in the room, she's all. Now, please don't anyone take that as me trying to say that she's not a victim of DV. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. All I know is I can see with my eyes that she acts one way when the jury's in the room. That's all I can see. And I don't think that she ever cried an actual tear. She was wiping, but I didn't see anything. Her nose never turned red. I didn't see any moisture on her cheeks. And also when she was, it was dry. There was no like snotty, wet nose running sounds. It sounded like dry. So those are just my observations. So anyway, take that for what you will. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Maybe we'll see something different tomorrow. I don't know. She was just laughing. Yeah. Okay. Kel said, thank you for being here for 6 hours and 40 minutes. You're welcome. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you, Henny. Thank you, girly. I will say, though, that she does appear somewhat shocky during certain parts. Shocky or shaky? I don't know what you... I don't know if that's... I don't know. I don't know if it's real or put on. Yes, please hit that thumbs up before you go. Hashtag replay in the comment section down below if you watch this on the replay. If you stumble upon this channel and our little bitty community over here on this corner of the YouTube world, would love for you to subscribe and hit the notification bell. All those things. So I'm going to get out of here as in being in shock. It could be an act. Okay. I didn't know if you meant shocky as in shocked, or if you meant shaky, and it was one arm bandit QB. Good night, Ween baby. Get you some rest. Get you some rest. Doing your best to give her credit. I know. Me too. I'm trying. All right. I love you guys, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Like I said, the plan is I'm going to have to play tomorrow by ear because, like I said, I have to go take kiddo to get registered for school. Okay. What's the ma'am for? QB. Oh, because I just called her out on the one arm bandit QB. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna have to play by ear. I gotta go take her, but I have to talk to husband to see what the the plan is going to be. So, and don't forget, you guys, to continue to keep praying for our Steph. Pray for our Steph. And I'll keep you updated tomorrow whenever I hear anything. So, yeah. All right. I love you guys. Have a great rest of your night. And we'll see you back tomorrow. Probably 11 a.m. Eastern. Could be a little before or a little after, depending on the plan. Okay? Bye, guys.